All right, we are should be streaming.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome to the November meeting of the Charter School Advisory Board. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Stoops, would you lead us? Sure.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ashley, do we need to do a roll call?
I'll do that right now, yep, one second. All right, Terry Stoops,
here.
John Eldridge.
Here.
Bruce Friend,
Here.
Rita Hare. Here. Hilda Parlay,
Present.
Shelley Bullard, Cheryl Turner, Todd Gogby, Eric Sanchez,
Here.
Dave Machado,
Here.
Bart Danielson, Jamie Falconberry. All right, we have a quorum.
Just a reminder that the mission of the Charter School Advisory Board is to work to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Ethics statement. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the advisory board. Does any member of the advisory know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting?
Mr. Chair, I must recuse from Bunny Cone Classic.
Recusal from Hilda for Bonnie Cone.
And I'll be recusing from the renewal discussion with Westlake Prep.
Renewal discussion, Machado, Westlake Prep. If so, please state them for the record, as you just did. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring that matter to the attention of the chair. It will be then your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on that matter and voting on that matter. This next item of business is to approve today's agenda. The agenda was sent to us via email and also in e-board. We have it here before us today. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda for November 7th, 2022.
Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? We also have to approve the October meeting minutes. They were provided to us as well in the packet of information that Ashley sent out to us prior to the meeting today. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes.
I'll second with the parlay.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Passes unanimously. All right. Ms. Raffy, I think we're ready for you.
Good morning, CSAT. Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. Today we will hear from three movement schools, two in Mecklenburg County and one in Wake County. Before we begin that, though, we're going to recap and just remind the board of the recommendations today. So one of three recommendations are before you today. You either advance to SBE for approval, you'll hold over for round two, or you'll advance to SBE for denial. And just also to recap, to date we have three boards that we'll hear back from in December for second round interviews. So those questions will be sent out as they're finalized by your board. We'll send those out to those schools, and then we actually have already approved. Your board has already approved 5 schools. For this cycle. So we'll just recap. That's ALA Monroe, ALA Garner, Two Rivers Montessori, Flat Rock Classical, and Legacy Classical. Those are the 5 that have already been approved. We have 3 that are coming back in December. That's Centerpoint. Can you go to my slide 30? Keep going just a little bit. Let's see, I think our round, I just want to, Centerpoint, it's all the way at the end, Ashley. Let's see. And then we have Riverside and then Granite State. So you'll see how the committees are divided there for those round two questions. And we're finalizing all of those, and we're going to compile all those answers and give those back to you all. So just so that you're aware of that, that's our status update. Are we ready to begin with movement?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
So in December, do we have any applicants appearing before us for the first time, or December's just second round?
December's just second round. Yes. December's just second round. And so I know that today we have movement board. They're identical boards, so all three schools you'll hear from the same board today. I believe 3 of their 7 members are present, and they should be making their way up here shortly. But we have Mr. Tim Hurley as board chair, and then we have KT Thomas that's present, and then we have an additional, I think it's Garrett McNeil that's present today. So we're going to wait for those 3 individuals to arrive, and we'll begin. Do you all want to kind of go through any of the preliminary information, or should we wait for their board?
Just a follow-up about my December question.
Okay.
So if we were to if we were to grant a second interview for any of the schools today or tomorrow, would they also be coming back in December?
They will be.
So they have a much shorter turnaround than the others?
Correct, that's correct. And so if there's any feedback or thoughts about that you want to share, we kind of just decided to put all of the second round folks in one month, which is different than we've done it in the cycles previous. So. But we'll begin with West Charlotte. I don't know the order. We have West Charlotte, and I believe we have Wake, Raleigh, and then Northeast. I don't know if there's a need to do the Charlotte schools first, and if the order really.
But I think, and we'll wait until the boards get here, one of the things that we were going to share this morning, as much as we did similar to what we did last month when we had one board with multiple applications, we're going to conduct the interviews today for all 3 of these schools this morning, but we're going to hold off on the voting on them until the last interview is over.
And so we have the maps. This may be a good time. We have like the scatter maps, which they're static right now. I have the ability in real time to kind of hover over them and show you those schools. But when we're looking at West Charlotte, we can take a look at, the charters that are nearby. I can actually pull those up. So if you have any questions about anything, so if we're looking your center left, that's essentially where Movement West Charlotte is proposed to be, in zip code 28208. We have 2 different mapping software systems, and so this one doesn't give us that zip code detail, but if there's any questions that you really have by way of proximity to other schools, I can give you that information. But what you're looking at is static, so if you have any questions while we wait, I can certainly.
And it's a little easier to see if you pull this up on eBoard, but the orange dots are the charter schools and the gray dots are traditional public schools.
So really in West Mecklenburg, by way of, we have like Aristotle Prep, we have East Voyager, there is Jackson Day School, and then Southwest, we have Southwest Charlotte STEM, Still Creek, the recently opened Movement School Southwest, and then Metrolina. So there's a few that are scattered out in the western quadrant there. We also did provide kind of movement data as far as their enrollment data for their schools that are currently operating. Movement Southwest is in their first year. This is their first year of opening, so we don't have academic data for those. But we did provide, the Office of Charter Schools did provide academic data for the Movement School, Eastland, and Freedom Drive. So you have that information for review. Good morning.
I saw Mr. Hurley here earlier, so I just tried to text him. Let me see.
Here he is. He's coming
There
right
you go.
now.
Okay. You guys can come on up.
Right, and so we have Chair Mr. Tim Hurley here, Garrett McNeil, and Ms. Carrie Ann Thomas here today. But I'll go ahead and make the official introduction for Movement School. So their mission here is to love and nurture scholars by leading a movement of change in education through academic excellence, character development, and preparation for success in life. And so that's the mission that you'll hear for all of those 3 schools today. You have their enrollment proposals here, opening with grades K and 1 with 120 students, rounding out in year 5 with 542 students serving grades kindergarten through 5. Movement does plan to participate in the National School Lunch Program. They have details about their contracted meal vendors and some of their logistics that they're prepared to discuss with you. It looks like they will use their Movement School Freedom Drive as a kind of a hub for their food distribution, so they are prepared to discuss that with you today. They also will use bus stops within a 3 to 5 mile radius of the school. There will not be a weighted lottery for West Charlotte. Again, they are in the 28208 zip code of Mecklenburg. There were LEA impact statements submitted by Charlotte Mecklenburg schools in opposition to Movement School. They are not a repeat applicant. And they will not use or partner with the CMO or an EMO. However, there was application assistance provided by the consultant that you see before you. Their application was deemed complete at the time of submission by the Office of Charter Schools. And so again, of their 7 board members today, we have three available. We have an hour allotted for your interview today. And so you will be allowed the 10 minutes for your introduction statement, and then CSAB will begin their deliberation. So I will turn the floor over to you all, Movement. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. My name is Tim Hurley. I serve as the board chair for Movement Schools, and I am excited to be with you all today to update you on our partnership and present our application for Movement School West Charlotte. I'm joined today by Carrie Ann T. Thomas, the CEO of Movement Schools, and Jamie Sumter, our Director of Statewide Compliance and Growth. Garrett McNeil, who leads our real estate, is homesick with the flu today, so he is not able to join us. I'd like to share a text I received 2 weeks ago. It's from a Movement mortgage loan officer. I was speaking to loan officers who were finishing training at the Movement Center, and one of the loan officers raised her hand and shared that one of her closest friends is a Charlotte police officer who shared with her that she has a drug-addicted, repeat offender who has recently started making a turnaround and has made some good decisions to help improve herself. And she told the officer it was because she sees how hard her kids are working at Movement Schools, and their work example makes her want to work harder too. So I'm about to dive deep into the facts and figures, but I never want to lose sight of the fact that we are privileged to work with other people's children every single day. And it was a day like today, 7 years ago, when Movement Schools applied for our very first charter application. My triplets were 2 years old, and they are now 3rd graders at Movement School Eastland. And I want to thank this board for taking a chance on the natural partnership between a charter school, a foundation, and a mortgage company. Is there any way to turn the echo off?
We have someone coming to check.
Do you want me to just keep rolling?
All right, yeah, I think.
I'm glad y'all can hear it too.
Yeah, no, it's not. I'm
glad y'all can hear it too.
We have to figure it out.
That's fine. I'll just keep rolling. I also want to thank Cheryl Turner and Sugar Creek because they really laid the foundation that we get to build upon. We wouldn't be here without their work. Jamie started as a teacher at Sugar Creek. She was also the founding principal at our very first Movement School and now serves as our statewide director. In 2017, we launched our first school with 250 students in 2 grades. Now we've grown to over 1,200 students at 3 campuses in grades pre-K through 7. Over 95% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. Over 90% of our students are students of color, and over 80% of our staff are leaders of color. And so if I were in you all's shoes today, I think I'd be asking 2 main questions. Number 1, do we need more Movement Schools? And number 2, are you all ready to handle the growth? And my goal today is to share with you why I believe passionately that the answer to both questions is yes. And I think the best way to do that, and most important way, is to start by focusing on our academic data. So in front of you, I've put a handout that summarizes our 2022 academic data. And this is really what I'm going to work with the entire time, because I think the most important thing is to be based in the statistics. And so the top, all of these stats look at our 2022 EOG scores for 3rd through 5th grade averaged. All the graphs on the left look at reading. All the graphs on the right look at math. The first set of figures, figures 1 through 4, they look at the relationship between poverty and proficiency. And it's probably things you have all seen before. So as you look across the bottom to the right, that's increasing economically disadvantaged percentage. And as you go up, that's increasing proficiency. And we all know about the link that often exists between poverty and lower student achievement. And I think the reason we exist is to try to break that link and show what students are truly capable of. And so you'll see that on our test results last year, looking at all elementary students, grades 3 through 5th for reading, movement schools outscored the CMS average despite having almost twice as many students in poverty. And we are changing the curve. If you look to the right, you see a similar result for math, where we are dramatically overperforming the rate of other schools with similar levels of poverty. And the comparisons I've broken out for you is the CMS average, the average of all CMS Title I schools, and then also the average for the West Learning Zone. That is the zip code and the zip codes around us where Movement School is located. And CMS has broken up their schools into 9 learning zones. We are in the West, so I thought that was an appropriate comparison. The next comparison, figures 3 and figures 4, look at the performance of Black students at Movement School. And this is important to us. 92% of the students at this school are Black. And as you can see, our students outperform Black students in all other groups within CMS in both reading and math by a significant margin. If you look down at the bottom set, we look at growth, because we know we all took a hit in COVID last year, and I'm proud to say that the Movement students have worked incredibly hard and come back stronger than almost every other comparison group. And so figure 5 compares the growth of our elementary students in reading to a variety of other groups: North Carolina, CMS, other Title I schools. And every cell that you see shaded in green, that's the comparison of Movement School to that comparison group. So for example, North Carolina saw an average of 4% growth, grades 3 through 5 reading last year. Movement School saw 12%, so we outperformed the state average by 8%. If we look at figure 6, all elementary students in math, we averaged 25% growth. State average was 11%. We outperformed it by 14%. At the bottom, figures 7 and 8, I've again broken out our results for Black students, 92% of Movement School students. Our students grew by 14% from 2021 to 2022, outperforming the state average by 5%. And if you look down, I've also broken it out by our learning zone. We outperformed their growth by 8%, and our nearest school, which we outperformed by 12%. I've also included proficiency comparisons. So for example, for figure 7, Black students at Movement were 43% proficient on our reading test, compared to a learning zone average of 22%. We outperformed our learning zone by 21 percentage points. And that's what we exist to do. If you turn to the next page, I'd like to share about how we made that happen and the improvements we've been working to do since then. And I'm going to turn this over to the woman who made this academic growth happen, the CEO of Movement Schools, Carrie Ann T. Thomas.
The woman that is a part of making the growth happen, because we definitely do the work with all of our leaders top down, and a major shout out to our teachers that work incredibly hard to do all of this work. So at Movement Schools, we are known for loving and valuing people. That's something that people know the mortgage industry for, the foundation, as well as the schools. But then also in particular at the school, our mission is to eliminate the achievement gap, not just close it, push students to meet their full potential, become leaders in their communities beyond, and then also break generational disparities disparities through financial education. We are proud to say that we are working towards that mission every single day with the work that we are doing. But we are also incredibly data driven. It is our goal that while, yes, we've made a ton of growth and we are very proud of that, we also know that we want to go after the absolute bar. So because of that, we have some major priorities this school year. Our first priority is reading. Our second one is our exceptional students population. And then our third priority is our student experience. As it relates to our first priority in terms of reading, while we've made growth as mentioned, as you can see in the charts, we want to go after that absolute bar. So we made some shifts in our curriculum. We were using Lavinia. While Lavinia met our goals in terms of being very rigorous, in terms of pushing critical thinkers, in terms of being culturally relevant, and then it also had the daily resources. What it did not have was that it needed to be more scripted out. So we switched to AFELA, and the reason being is because it also meant those things that Lavinia had, but then also more scripted out so that our teachers are spending more of their time being intellectually prepared versus adding supplements to their daily resources. So that was a shift that we made. We also made a shift in adding Reading Plus, which we know that a lot of high-performing charters in North Carolina was using that program when I reached out to some of those leaders. So we embedded that in our reading program as well this year. In terms of our second priority, exceptional children, we now have EC coordinators at every single movement school for every single site. So these coordinators are now overseeing our EC population and ensuring that we are consistently looking at that data, pulling that out, and then also making decisions to ensure that all of our students are getting their needs met through different interventions. Our third priority is student experience, and we are going after that through our trauma-informed services that is provided to us through C4. Each and every single school has those services. So we know that COVID brought out a lot of we noticed, yes, the achievement gap with COVID, but there were also some gaps that came out, and trauma was a huge part of that. So these services are embedded in all of our schools. Our students have access to therapy. Our students have access to different psychologists and things of that nature. Also, in terms of student experiences, as it relates to going after breaking those generational disparities through financial education, we embedded 2 financial programs that we are piloting at our middle school. The first one is called Maverick Savers, and the second one is called Grab the Key Junior. So these programs are financial education programs in our middle schools in which they are going after how do you invest, how do you save, things of that nature. Jamie, who is not just our compliance director and our growth scaling director, she is also a parent at Movement Middle School. So she's going to speak to very briefly her experience with the financial program.
I just want to give a time check. You have 10 minutes for your opening. You're down to less than.
What? Yeah,
less
1
than
minute
a
left.
Awesome. All right. Ken loves the program. In terms of our talent pipeline, we know that as you grow and expand, it's also very important that we have strong leaders to do so. So we have an internal pipeline in which you are a teacher, assistant principal, principal in residence, director of operations in residence, and then become a principal or a DOO. We are very excited to say 3 out of 4 of our principals currently at Movement Schools were internal candidates. They were with us at Movement. They started with us at the first school or they were at the second school. And then in particular for the next school that we're about to open, Movement Northwest, Erin is more than likely going to be our principal. She was a founding teacher at Eastland, became an assistant principal, now a PIR, and is more than likely slated to become the principal for Northwest. So we're excited to see the pipeline work, and as we continue to build our internal pipeline, we are very excited to know that we are going to be able to staff the schools really well. Something that I mentioned at the last meeting was that every single school that we open, 25% of our talent pool has to come from an existing Movement school. Therefore, when we're opening up a K-1 school, 25% of the K-1 teachers will be coming from an existing Movement school, as well as the leader. So we're very excited to see that we are on track to doing so, because we've seen the amazing, like how that school just takes off, because the people there already mission aligned, already know the things that we are doing at Movement.
Thank you. We're up against time now.
Perfect.
Okay. Now our time to ask questions of the board for the next 25 minutes. I mentioned this before you walked in, just so that the board is aware. We're actually not going to vote on each of these schools after each interview. We're going to wait, since you have 3 before us today, we're going to wait until the final one, and we'll go back and make a decision on each 3 independently. So, just a point of clarification. So all 3 of you are on the board, is that correct?
No, KTT and I are on the board. Jamie is not.
Okay, where are the other board members at?
They are in Charlotte.
But not here today.
They're not here today. we know we would be the ones doing the speaking, so we attended. If that's something y'all request in the future, we can make sure that happens.
Why don't we try to get some of the questions out on the table, and then we'll have them respond. Hilda?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to know if they closed on the property on September 15th,
Okay.
and if so, have you begun on November 1st their permitting process?
Okay. Other questions?
Mr. Hurley, in his introduction, mentioned he was gonna discuss the saturation issue. I'd like to have him discuss that, when he comes back in.
Okay. I have questions around just, given the number of schools they currently have, and then the potential of adding more, how the board is handling all of that from an oversight perspective. Without the support of an EMO, how are they getting all of the back-end office work done? Just interested in learning more about that management makeup of potentially operating quite a few schools.
I had similar questions. Wanted to get a little more understanding the rationale of the goals that I had seen, and then I had some questions about the current achievement data and where it's going.
I have a few questions too. A little concerned that they're gonna start K-1. I know they had some issues with the school that opened up this year, not worried that we weren't gonna meet the statutory requirements, so if you could explain the rationale for K-1. And with what Mr. Friend said also, having the multiple schools that you're on the path to have, is moving towards a EMO, or what's your plans on the financial management of the school? And in your application, you described your cooperation with CMS. I know you're very successful with movement freedom, can you give us any other examples of your collaboration with CMS?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions as well. One is a little bit detailed. In starting year one with a K-1 school and a lead administrator at $104,000, an assistant administrator at $87,000, an operations director at $87,000, and an EC coordinator at $61,000, but $300 per student for classroom technology. They do have a classroom library. I'd just like them to speak to that deep budget on the admin end for a K-1 school with 120 students. I just didn't really track with that structure, as well as board membership. And I noted that I guess almost all of the board members are employees either of Movement Foundation or of Movement Mortgage. And it refers to the other schools as well, that so they're not drawing from the local community to support the community charter school. There are not board members representing the community and the families there. So I just wondered about their philosophy on that. It's probably strictly a business decision, I understand that, but I'd like them to speak to that as well. And then one really technical question of transferring lunches and breakfasts from Freedom and Charlotte to Raleigh. Is that really the plan? I don't know if anyone noticed in the application. That's a different school, however, but Freedom would be doing it, but all the food appears to be coming from Freedom to these other schools. So I'd just like for them to also describe their plans there.
Oh, I did have one thing to add. The LEA impact statement mentions that there's been a decline in student population in the West Charlotte area. Like you to discuss that and maybe a general response to the impact statement in general.
Okay, so we have a lot of questions.
Great. Good, we got answers.
20 minutes, so I would just advise, answer the questions thoroughly as you can, but as prudent in the time as well. Otherwise, we'll never get past the first question.
Yes.
So let's start with the very first question that Ms. Parley brought up, which is the facility. Your application does say you plan to close or purchase the facility mid-September. Has that occurred? What's the status of the facility?
No, we have not yet closed. We have looked at a number of sites, and so we are behind our ideal timeline there. We're ahead of where we've been with other schools at this time, And so far, we have opened 4 of our last 4 facilities, all opened on time and complete. So we're behind where we want to be, but we also believe we're well within our ability to execute. We have the same team looking right now at real estate in Raleigh, and the same construction team lined up.
Okay, well,
And-
we're talking solely about West Charlotte.
Oh, I'm sorry, West Charlotte. Yep, the same team there.
Okay, so the facility that you thought you were gonna close on in mid-September is not, is it still an option, or?
No, that was our target. We have not closed on it.
And what's the contingency?
Our first contingency would be to open up out of one of our existing movement schools. So our Freedom Drive site is approximately 3 miles away.
We talk a little bit about the saturation issue and maybe combine that with Mr. Stoops referencing the LEA impact statement, where the LEA is saying it's actually declining enrollment.
Yep, absolutely. So, and this is actually what I wanted to address, where I talk about the need in Mecklenburg County, because I think it's a nuanced and important point. What the data show me is that the number of black students enrolled in Charlotte-Mecklenburg is actually below the national average. And so the saturation that I would be looking at the most is to say, are our students of color, who also tend to be our economically disadvantaged students, are they receiving enough opportunities to attend a charter school? And so right now in Mecklenburg County, there are 7,600 black students enrolled at charters. The national, and that's 15% of all the black students in Mecklenburg County. The national average 7 years ago was 18%. That was the last time I could find data. So for us just to get up to where the national average was back then, we would need to enroll another 1,800 students. Mr. Stoops, as you asked about the declining enrollments, what I would say is for us, we have a very targeted market. And our market, again, are primarily economically distressed families who are looking for a great option for their students. And so when I look in the West Learning Zone, where the West Charlotte School will be located, there are not enough great options for families there. And also accessible options. So that's why we provide busing. It's why we provide free lunch, or the USDA lunch program. It's why we provide discounted after-school care, because what we've learned from our families is any single barrier can make that charter not an option for them. With the impact statement, I think they acknowledge that we would be increasing the overall academic performance of that area by opening. I appreciate them saying that. And I think they said that the main impact would be a slight monetary impact to their schools. I want to see all of our schools thrive, but I think that monetary impact is worth it.
How close would this school be to your other schools?
If you look on page 3 of my handout, I've actually shown you the elementary charter schools in the area. And so that red dot up at the top with the little M, that's Movement Charter School, the original on Freedom Drive. The red dot in the middle would be our West Charlotte campus. And the one at the bottom is our Southwest campus. They're all approximately 3 miles apart. And one of the things that we've learned is for our families, over 75% are coming from a 2-mile radius. So with the population density in Charlotte and just the challenges of transportation, if it's not close, they're not going to come. So we're really trying to have closely located schools in the highest need areas. If you'd like, I can also speak to the other questions.
So
that
is
have been asked.
transportation, the challenges of transportation, I guess when I hear that, one thought comes to mind is, rather than getting a new charter, why don't you just expand the capacity of the existing charters if they're only a couple of miles apart from each other?
Yeah. What I would, from a transportation side of it, what I would say is that being embedded in a community in close proximity is critical. Over half of our families don't take the bus at all. 50% bus, 50% no bus. For that 50% no bus, is it a 5 to 10 minute drive? That's the measure. And so we're trying to launch our schools smaller. So you'll see we're trying to launch with only 125 students in K1 so we can be more densely packed. From an academic perspective, I don't know, Katie, if you'd want to speak to an academic perspective on having more closely packed schools.
Yeah, when you have more closely impacted schools, you're able to like share the talent pipeline. So we've actually seen that this year with the Southwest. So we've actually moved like 2 teachers from that location to the Freedom Campus, and it was done really like smoothly just because it was so close in proximity. So we want to be able to share that talent throughout. So if we're seeing an academic gap somewhere, we want to be able to say, you know what, teacher from X school, you can now go to this school to like close that gap. And we want that to be a part of our overall model, being able to share our talent so that we are making sure that we're meeting needs for all of our students.
The last thing, at the risk of going long, I would just add is from a school design perspective, parents like a school of about 600 kids. Once you get bigger than that, it starts to feel very large, and for elementary students, it's not as cozy.
I'd rather hear more about the CMO stuff, and
Okay.
if there's
Yeah.
time, I'll ask my stuff.
Okay, fellow CSAB members, feel free to chime in. Yeah, talk to us a little bit about how is the board managing all of this? How are you getting all of that? Who's minding the store? Who's watching the budget? Who's taking care of facility? And this sure seems like an EMO that's not calling itself an EMO, but maybe I'm not understanding it completely.
Yeah.
Particularly when you have board members who aren't there.
And to add that it's not checked as a replication, but every application seems really familiar. I mean, wording seems very familiar, so it's just kind of a head scratcher as to what's the thought process in moving forward.
Yeah, I'd love to speak to that, and I think I think the first question speaks to, hey, are we prepared to scale, right? Because it is a significant scale. On the EMO, CMO, I believe, if I'm correct, CMOs are the nonprofit entities. Is that correct? So we would be, we aspire to become a CMO. Right now, we are one 501c3 that holds 3 charters. So we don't have any parent organization. We don't have anything like that. We are working with Katie Cornetta to come up with the right legal structure for North Carolina. I think this is, in my sense, an area the board is exploring also of, hey, like, what are the right structures? And so for us, we would like to create more of a parent structure similar to what KIPP has done. Right now, all of our shared staff, we're breaking their salaries up across 3 schools. So Jamie, for example, it's a third to Movement Freedom, a third of Movement to Eastland, and a third of Movement to Southwest. So that's how we're doing it right now for shared staff. As you can imagine, on the accounting side, that gets very tricky very quickly. And so we would like to enact that parent group. We want to do it in partnership with this state board, so it's something you guys feel very comfortable with. One of my commitments is we are 100% nonprofit. Right now, Movement Freedom has a fund balance of $1.2 million in rollover funds. That's not ESSER, that is theirs. We are taking no profits out of these schools. We are pouring millions of dollars into them to help them succeed. As we move forward on our CMO structure, that is something we would want to write into our contract, similar to, I think, how the Academy for Math and Science has done it, where they said funds remaining at the end of the year are returned to the school. So the answer is yes, we aspire to become one. Getting that structure right is taking us a little time, and we look forward to working with Katie Cornetta on our legal side and this board, I'm on your side, to make sure you're fully comfortable.
How are you handling who does your finances, payroll?
Yeah. So one of the things,
Technology, is each school doing that independently, or is there
no, that's where we've had, I think, a lot of success. So our philosophy is the hardest thing for a school to get right, especially schools trying to catch kids up, is the academic part. A lot of schools can do payroll. A lot of schools can do technology or transportation. Not a lot of schools can help economically disadvantaged students excel. So that's the centerpiece of everything we do. To keep that simple, we work with outside vendors to try to have them drive as much as possible. So our accounting partner is Verus. That's a new accounting partner this year. We know the recommendation is to change every 3 years. We've changed. Our finance and bookkeeping is Prestige, who a lot of you know. They also run our benefits and things like that. And those costs are spread across our 3 schools. And again, right now we're doing a third of the bill goes to Eastland, a third to Southwest, a third to Freedom. It's getting complex fast. But by scaling, those costs, the amount of them goes down as we have more schools. So that's where we're picking up some of these economies of scale. Transportation, third-party vendor through Eagle Bus, Miss Michelle. Food, we outsource it to 2 guys in a kitchen. We will not be transporting our meals to Raleigh. That was a mistake. We will do the same setup in Raleigh, but we are transporting from Freedom in Charlotte to all of our campuses. I'm happy to go through each one. And so for the board management, we have a very effective and accomplished team who does do the financial oversight, who does manage this, but their job is as an oversight board. And I'm happy to talk more about our philosophy behind that, where we want to go with it. But right now, we have a board of professionals. They have come largely from within the movement community, because we have a clear vision we're trying to enact, and we've tried to move efficiently towards that and solidify our model. And now as we have, I think we do have more room to start to expand and bring in additional voices.
From a staffing perspective, you talked about how some staff might go from one school to another school. But is that a requirement of them? Or if I were teaching math at one of your schools, do I have the latitude to say, no, this is the school that hired me, I want to stay here, I don't want to travel to other places?
That's a great question. So we're very clear with staff members on the front end about like our overall philosophy. Everyone signs their contract for movement schools, and we are clear about like what that means. That means that like it is about wherever the need is across, within reasons, within a certain mile radius, but wherever that support is needed. And our team members are invested with that philosophy. We don't move around like just every single IA cycle is like, hey, I'm seeing this, now go to that school. No, but whenever there is a need, we have conversations with the school staff, with the school team, and with those teachers. And we're actually finding that teachers are like asking to like go to another school. They're like, hey, I'm kind of closer to this location. Can I go to this location? And we're like, let's see, right? And then we kind of do, look around and see if it works. But as in general, they know about this from the front end. They're invested in that being a part of our model. And like our staff members actually really do enjoy that. So we have teachers we even have a school leader who was the principal at Movement Middle. She's now the principal at Movement Elementary. So top down, like that level of movement does occur because people are invested in like the why we do it.
And Mr. Eldridge, I didn't address your question about the replication, and I think Ms. Parlor's. So this is not a replication of our previous models. Every year we are evolving, and I think you've seen from the updates on how we change every year. So these 3 schools, they are the same, but they're not a replication of a previous model. This is what we have updated from the last year, and we are learning so much every year in our model that we are significantly changing from year to year. But yes, the 3, it is the same model, and that's part of what you're going to get with us. Is our goal is to replicate excellence. And part of how we can grow more quickly is by keeping things simple. So I think about it, something like a Starbucks. If you go to Starbucks, you're going to get a great cup of coffee and it's going to taste kind of burned, right? And so if you like slightly burned coffee, you go there and you're going to get it. That is our goal, and that is our promise to communities, is to say, look, when we come, here's what you're going to get, and we're going to deliver faithfully on that promise. And what that is going to be a school where, particularly if you're a Black student, you're going to excel. And we're going to teach you about character. And we're going to deliver that. And there may be families who say, you know what, that's not for us, in which case we will not be able to grow. But our deep belief is there are many families that are dying for that opportunity. And so that's where we come and say, this is what we do. We can't be all things to all people. It's not going to be a unique, amazing coffee shop. It's going to be, what you're going to get and you can trust it. And so that's our core belief, and that's really where everything we're doing comes from, including our structure, some of the economics. So I think that's, I'm happy to go as deep as you want there, but that's one of our core beliefs.
And we also have a ton of staff members currently that are excited to go to Raleigh, which also says a lot. Like they currently live in Charlotte and they're like, sign me up for Raleigh, right? So like that's just truly the community and the culture that we're like building within Movement.
Can you address Dr. Here's questions about your budget and the staff and the salaries and the small enrollment?
Yep. You were right to notice it because we are absolutely fortunate to be able to have the starting budget that we do. Most schools opening K-1 could never afford full-time principal, full-time EC director. The way we are able to do that is through the partnership and the investment of the Movement Foundation. So the Movement Foundation purchases and completely builds the building, fills it up with all necessary starting equipment paid for by the foundation. We then give that building to Movement schools to operate. They pay no rent for the first 2 years. After that, it goes to $150,000, $300,000, $450,000, and eventually we top out at $600,000. That's a place where our commitment and our requirement by law as a nonprofit is that rent always stays below market rate. So I know a lot of charter schools, here's the rent, and then it just jacks up, and that's where you make your money, right? And that's not us. We are a nonprofit investing millions into the school, so whatever language this board would like around that too, we want to craft language so you feel very comfortable. Movement Foundation also commits a $400,000 grant in operating expenses in the first year for that school. And so that's how we can afford what we believe is the proper staffing and the proper technology. And the reason we're doing it is we know how hard it is to grow. You all are operators. KTT and I have spent our entire life in education. We are doing everything we can to stack the deck for these schools to succeed when they're launched. And then over time, by year 7, the expectations they grow, so they're operating independently within state dollars, and that's how it becomes sustainable.
Mr. Hurley, my question was also more around all of the funding going into the depth of administration and leadership with lesser funding in the classroom.
Yeah.
So classroom technology and curriculum and textbooks and supplies, which is minimal.
Yeah.
So does that happen later?
Yeah, would you like to speak to I'll speak to the investment.
Foundation gives the.
Yeah, so the initial technology, that is provided by the foundation. So when the classrooms open, they have smart boards. That's paid as part of the
Okay,
building.
So it's not clear in the budget, I understand.
That's right, yeah. And I think philosophically, we do believe that investing in our people early is important.
Yes.
Is that seed money that Movement Foundation gives, is that a grant? Is it a loan that they'll pay back later, or can you explain?
Yeah. The $400,000 in seed money is a grant. And then as we have built out our model, there have been times where we realize, hey, our operating expenses are higher than we thought. And so the Movement Foundation has made a series of zero interest loans to our schools. We typically put the payback time at 2 years, and then we extend it out. And so at Freedom, what we've learned, they currently do not have outstanding debt from the foundation, and they've been able to build this $1.2 million surplus as it's grown. What we tell all our schools is, hey, when you launch, your budget's going to be tight because you've got 125 kids K1. As you grow to scale, the budget starts to work. So we invest to make it work on the front end.
Have you turned in your audits for your 2 movement schools right now?
We are completing them now. Our past 5 audits have all been clean. That's one of the things I wanted to highlight. We've had 100% clean audits, 3 or 4 on time. And we've also hit our 90% ADM goals for 5 of 6 years. This year at Southwest, we missed, and we learned a ton. One of the things you all asked about was kind of proximity and transportation. Also, we were learning a new community. Southwest was in a heavily Latino community. What we've learned is that it matters who you're working with. And so our black enrollment at Southwest is approximately where we targeted it to be, 80 students. Our Latino enrollment is only 40. So we've missed with that market. One of the things we got hammered on was transportation. We posted our bus routes about 2 weeks before the start of school. And suddenly we got calls from a lot of our enrolled parents who said, I can't go. And we said, why? And they said, the bus stop is too far away for me to get there. And so we learned within the Latino families, their preference is for a tighter transportation structure. Also for us, we're going to change that. So this year, the first thing we're going to do in the summer is post our bus routes. So families know here's where you go. And that's one of those things where every time we do it, like we're going to learn, but that's also our commitment is, each time we do it, we're going to get better and better. We were doing Facebook. A lot of our Latino families are on WhatsApp. We missed it.
Mr. Sanchez.
So, earlier when you were talking about, I think you said something like, we're not just trying to, close the achievement gap or something like that. We're trying to get rid of it or whatever, something like that. But I'm looking at your goals, and you guys have no plans to go beyond elementary, am I correct? Not,
That's our current focus. We want to get it right.
currently, you're not going
Yeah.
past them.
Yeah.
And when they leave your school, your goals are saying that 70% will be able to pass a reading EOG and 75% in math. It seems to me, though, that would be a rather modest goal considering what you said about the achievement gap and considering that you're not keeping the students afterwards.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Eric. So that's the goal based on our current data, knowing that would mean a really high growth goal as well as meeting the absolute bar for the next 2 1 to 2 years. So that goal is going to shift as we continue, especially because we currently have pre-K. This was the first year that we launched pre-K across all of our sites. So like our scholars are coming into us where the gap actually usually does occur in achievement, the age 3. So now that we're getting them at the age 3 pre-K, by the time that our current pre-K scholars are in 3rd grade, their goal for the EOGs is 98%. Like meet the EOG needs. Like that's 100% like what we believe. So I shared like our larger vision around like eliminating achievement gap, but then also being realistic about where we currently stand, the amount of growth that needs to be made, and the absolute bar considering where we are fresh off of the pandemic, things of that nature. So that's why the goal is at the 70-75%. Great question.
And then, I appreciate that. And then, I know when you guys were here last time, I kind of went into the middle school, high school thing, but it just, research suggests that it takes 3 years to close the gap. 3 years of great teaching.
Yep.
And it would suggest the same thing or even faster way of creating a gap. These kids are leaving you in 5th grade and you're doing so much expansion around and I'm not to say that I disagree with your expansion model, but I'm surprised that with all the considerable resources, the focus on expansion, that it wouldn't include going upward and making sure that the investment that we're putting into K through 5 students, or that you're putting into K through 5 students, you wouldn't continue that investment to get them all the way to a point where they have options after senior year.
Yeah, it's a great point. So we currently do have one middle school, and that one middle school is going to feed all of our Charlotte schools, like as it currently stands. So our goal is to see what happens there, to see long term what that overall plan is. But we know that we're great in the pre-K space and the elementary space, and we really want to hone in on that before we then take on middle school and take on high school. We're learning things every single year. The example that Tim brought up, Facebook versus WhatsApp, like those are the type of things that we want to get out really quickly. Get out now, get out in the space that we're in, pre-K and elementary, before we take on other academies. We want to be prepared for it. So we want to make sure that we do right by middle schoolers and high schoolers if that's something that we take on. But we really want to make sure that we become excellent at elementary first before doing something of that nature. But great point. Our families ask about it, and our goal is to see how it works out with our current middle school, being our 4 elementary schools are going to feed into that one middle school.
I'd love to add, just to add on to that, I think we're also looking at articulation agreements with, for example, Sugar Creek in Charlotte. They have a high school. It's doing great things. And oftentimes, as you all know, when you get to middle and high school, as a charter operator, it starts to thin out, right? Because your families have left, and you're looking for kids who are understand your system, your academic standards. And so right now, our goal is our middle school students, as they graduate, we would have a partnership with Sugar Creek. They could feed directly into there. We're also looking for other great middle school operators. Like, we would love to be able to do it, but we want to keep our promise first, which is we're going to give you a great elementary system. There are other middle school operators who we are talking with, who I've visited across the state, where I'm like, oh my gosh, this is why y'all are amazing at middle school. And we're saying, what would it take to have you come and grow alongside us? The same sort of facilities investment we're making in deals, we're willing to extend to others, but our focus is just try to deliver on our elementary promise. But I think the question on your question makes a ton of sense, and pre-K.
So we are up against time, but I'm going to allow Mr. Davidson one more question.
Yes, looking at your results, you seem to have a model that's working. Mm-hmm. But having said that, of course, you're still refining your model from what you said. I guess the question I have is this: you're expanding. You're looking at expanding in multiple locations. Mm-hmm. How much growth is that for the global organization for you? How much increase in, what's the increase in student enrollment percentages? What does that really look like?
Yep. I think I understand. Good question. So we right now have 1,200 students. If we launched these 3 additional campuses, it would be a total of 375 additional students in that launch year. And that's one of the things I wanted to highlight for this board is we are trying to plant very small seeds. K-1, 125 students. I think a lot of folks come before you with a proposal for K-12, 1,000 students maybe, right? So for us, we could never do that. What we're trying to do is plant very small seeds, and those seeds take time to grow. So we started 7 years ago, and we're just now having kids in 7th grade. So the initial growth would be a 25% growth. We're trying to plant our very first seed, we'll discuss this later, in Raleigh, because we've learned you got to prove yourself to Raleigh. They don't care what you did in Charlotte, right? And so we want to plant that seed and see it grow. Once that growth comes to scale, it would be a significant growth over our current number, but that is 7 years down the road. And if you look at our network investments too, we are scaling up ahead of this. So we've added superintendent for Charlotte. We'll hire a superintendent for Raleigh. We're hiring for a chief operating officer. We hired a full-time recruitment director after our challenges last year, and we're able to afford that because of the benefits of our scale, the investment of the Movement Foundation. Jamie came on board as our statewide compliance director. I'm sure you all have seen the lift that's come from her leading that. So that's also part of what we're doing, is we're investing ahead of time because we know it's significant growth.
I'll give you 10 minutes for a closing statement.
I think this is time I can give back to the board. I've shared what we have. The last thing I would like to perhaps direct your attention to is on page 2. When it's talking about that need in Mecklenburg County, I believe there are far more families, particularly black families, who are looking for a school that's accessible. And there was a study that I've shared with members of this board called the Rising Tide Study. And it says, hey, what happens when charter saturation in a community increases? Because you can imagine a world where it's like, oh man, all the charters, like, they're fighting for students, so none of them can get enrolled, and it starts to decline. I know we hear concerns about, oh, as charters grow, it's going to be hurting our local elementary schools. This Rising Tide study, it came out of Fordham in 2019. It used data from Stanford, and it used the NAEP test results, so some of the best data out there. And they said, what happens when that percent of black student or of students in charters increases? And what they found is it's a rising tide that lifts every boat. So the achievement increased for black and Latino students in charter schools, but also in traditional public schools. For white students, there actually wasn't an impact. And they don't try to speculate why. I think there may be more options already. That graph, figure 11, is what shows it. That is as the percentage of students in charters increases from 10% to 50%, it is a direct correlation with the academic achievement for black students. It also gives you a sense of the market saturations that's possible. We say, oh, Charlotte is so saturated, there's so many. Currently, we're at 15%. 7 years ago, the national average was 18%. If you look at Columbus, they're at 32%, Houston, 20%, Los Angeles, 25%. This was 7 years ago. So I believe the market there is huge. We just have to deliver a product folks want. And the last piece is if you look at page 3, at the top I said, hey, what does our impact look like in the location we're trying to go to? So it's the same graph, economically disadvantaged, figure 12 versus proficiency, but these are all of the charter and public schools within our 3-mile pull zone. One thing I want to highlight is Allenbrook. You see Allenbrook right up there with us. They had an amazing year. This is a traditional public school. The principal of Allenbrook was the principal of the year for CMS because of what they achieved, and I'm so proud of her. She also happens to be a relay instructor. So the same system that we're using, she has implemented that system at Allenbrook, and they're seeing amazing results. That's part of what I want to share with you all, is we're not making this up with each school. We have a system we're trying to implement faithfully, and it delivers. Allenbrook is also about 1.5 miles away from Movement Charter School. And so we're not hurting them. We're not keeping them from growing. I'd like to think, maybe we encourage them. When I see what they did, I get hyped up and want to do even better. Figure 14 shows where we landed in comparison to all of the charter and public schools operating in that area. And I think we deliver a significant value, and that's what we're hoping to continue. So I thank the board so much for your questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now our time for internal deliberation. We can, typically we don't ask the applicant to come forward again unless we need some kind of clarifying comment or statements. And again, I know it's hard to separate three. We're trying to stay focused on just this one in terms of West Charlotte. I guess I'll start. I still, and maybe this will come out later this morning, I'm still not sure how this isn't a replication. All of of us that run schools, we're always looking to fine tune our school, and if we, that's just something you always do every year, so I'm not sure how this isn't a replication. I'm also not sure how it's more on the financial side, that are funds being commingled between schools? Because each school is getting its own allotment, but we're hearing how the budgets are divided up almost into a third. But I think some of the results have been, the results of their current schools seem to be good, particularly the targeted population of students that they're serving and the challenges that those students bring.
I think as a network of schools, it's relatively young, but showing very positive results. And we have a board here that's deeply invested in a philanthropic way, as well as it is a business. It's a nonprofit and business, I think, merged in some ways. That they're seeing success, and they certainly are deeply invested and passionate about it. And I feel like they have enough of the information and knowledge and understanding of budgets and legalities that they would maintain a system of integrity in managing their finances, that this team can be trusted with that. Maybe that's a subjective thing, but we've examined their budgets and their budget narrative and their plans, and it all looks very well deliberately thought out. And I think it's commendable and exciting what they're attempting to do, and to reach a population that clearly educators are struggling with, school systems are struggling in reaching this population. And so it's very exciting to see someone so deeply invested in bringing about this kind of success. The question I have remaining is about the board again. I think this is atypical for us, isn't it, that you have board members that are they're not free agents the way our board members typically are, where they are community members who come together to see something happen in their community for their kids and families. And in this case, they're not those free agents. They're all employees of either the profit or the nonprofit organization and operating all these schools. So it's a new way of thinking. I'm just trying to determine, is that how it should be? Is that when Mr. Hurley says we give that surplus back to the school, but who is the school but themselves? Again, right? They are the board of the school, so I don't really understand the entities and the distinctions as I'd like to hear it articulated.
Yeah, are the board members of the foundation the same as the board members of these charter proposals?
No.
And my concern is how efficient will the board be able to oversee, being the makeup that it is, amongst all of the schools? Will they have one board meeting for all of the schools involved, or will each school have its own board meeting?
I think
I'm struggling with that.
Doesn't state charter rules require, in the eyes of the state, these are all separate charters, and those boards are required to meet
Right.
on their own merits.
It's Henry's question about the commingled funds. I understand they probably have things in place to monitor that, but who is a teacher contractor? Whether they're contracted with the school, or there's no CMO, there's no EMO, so they can't sign a contract with a CMO or the EMO. They have to be with the school. So how do I go from this school to that school? And is this school paying for that person to be at both schools or just their school? And that's where I would think maybe it's not a net. It's a accidental commingle of funds. Like it's not clear in my head. I mean, maybe it's new, maybe Orson is great because it's not been any trouble, no issues with audit, but that would seem to me a tough thing to balance.
But I think when we heard about the third piece, that was, I think, just an invoicing piece. It was 3 schools buying the same thing, they just split it in thirds, which doesn't propose any issues. I do think it seems like they're a little late in setting up the CMO. I'm surprised it's not there. I'm surprised they're still like, oh, we're talking about it and we're trying to do that, especially now that they're thinking such, Raleigh and different areas. I think and this is not a slight, you guys know, in terms of like some of the things I've said about EMOs, this is not purposely saying that, but I do think it's really cool, and it's a model that should be looked at by other profitable companies to see a company come in and be able to support a nonprofit or create a nonprofit to create a bunch of schools instead of looking at it from a profit standpoint. And you're seeing some of the fruits of that because of the way these schools are being set up. They're being set up, to be sustainable within a few years, which is really, really cool how it's being done. I think the last thing I would say is that I have no doubt, based on the leadership and their ability to recruit, that they're going to create good schools. Like they have good schools, and they're going to create more good schools, and they're going to have a model that's replicable. They're going to have good tasting coffee, slightly burnt in every one of them. That's going to be consistent throughout. I think they'll achieve high goals. I think there'll be schools that we'll be proud of. I continue to challenge the notion that they're going to wait and see with middle school and high school. I'm not saying that would change my vote, because that's not fair to any school to do that. But if you're going to close the achievement gap and you're going to put such an investment, and you have these resources that nobody else has and nobody else can even dream about, why not take the second half of these children's lives, their school, their K through 12 lives, like the whole second half, almost more than that, to be honest, and continue that investment and continue the journey? Because there's no guarantees. In fact, the odds are stacked against them to then spend more time outside of your school than they did in your school, that they're going to get from to the finish line.
And Eric, just to build on that, because that's exactly what I thought of when I was reading the applications, is as a secondary, elementary teacher, secondary administrator, I know the foundation of an elementary education is vital, but I also know that the majority of the challenges that kids face socially and everything happen in middle school and high school. So if you've already developed a culture of a growth mindset with these kids and these families, and then to release them back out to, if you're gonna show data that shows that there's underperforming schools around you, it seems, instead of expanding out those programs, you think you'd wanna master the one that you have all the way through a K-12. And again, that's not to say that I'm telling the school what to do, but sure, to me, it seems like if the model's working for them elementary school, you can continue to grow on that. The other thought that I had too is, and I don't know why this came to me when I was reading them, and could be incorrect, but also this isn't even considered an expansion. I mean, could you not also see this as an expansion where if I'm just moving, I can have an expansion for my school, grow 30%, if I'm not low performing, and continue to grow that way, as opposed to separate applications and separate names of schools. It's just you're building on the school you have in separate locations. So I don't know if that's the correct way of thinking of it, but that's what I was thinking as I was reading it. Instead of making it so complex, continue to expand.
I think about the environment in which this school is locating, with a school district that is having difficulty finding a superintendent that will stay for more than 2 or 3 years, with the amount of instability we're seeing in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. If I were a parent and I had a child going into elementary school and I saw everything that was happening at CMS, I would want as many options as possible, because the school system hasn't proven itself to be the standard bearer for stability. And honestly, if CMS were coming before us and asking for a renewal, I wouldn't give it to them.
I got a few comments. I'm sorry, Bart. In all due respect, the reason they're not replicating is I don't believe they meet the statutory requirements to replicate. Having said that, this is an extremely strong board, extremely strong operators. And I like what Mr. Hurley said to your answer, why not just expand one of your schools? I think educationally, having maybe 5 small schools in Charlotte is better than having 1 or 2 larger ones where they can reach those students on a smaller basis. So I like the model that they're approaching, and I think they've heard loud and clear that middle school and high school should maybe become down the road. But as far as the accountability and commingling, that is a simple accounting practice that any good accountant can do. So I'm not concerned about commingling. I know their auditors would catch that if there was commingling, but all you gotta do is the economy of scales to be able to buy for 4 schools should be taken advantage of and not thinking of the reasons it wouldn't work. So, again, I like their smaller model myself.
Let me ask you this question on that, the expansion thing. Can you not expand on a separate location and replicate grades? Like if I wanted to expand to a new site, does it have to be an expansion on your site?
If they wanted to have the exact same grades, they could not do it. If they wanted to have K2 at one location and then 3, 5 somewhere else, but you can't have identical grades in multiple locations.
I don't think we can argue with the data. The data speak for itself, and they're comparing themselves locally and grandly with CMS, and what they're doing clearly is working. I too jump on the bandwagon of bring that to middle school and high school, and finish strong and give those students that opportunity. But this data is great, and I commend you for what you have done already.
I'd like to not jump on that bandwagon. They've shown, it seems to me, modesty in saying that, that's not what we do yet. And we're out there looking at models all over the place. And we really like to support those models. And not all good causes have to be run by the same organization. If they're able to find partners who can run middle schools better than they can, or they think they can run them better than they can, that they might choose to stick with what they do well. One thing I'm very impressed about this organization is, on the one hand, they might be a little late getting some stuff done. On the other hand, it seems to be because they're incredibly careful, and they are building slowly because they want to build great. And that seems to me to be a positive. And obviously, speed is sometimes the enemy of getting it done right. And it seems to me they're doing a really good job of getting it done right, and they seem to be almost reluctant to grow too fast.
I do have a question about, now, I'm sure now's not the time, but I would love to talk afterwards about the partnering that you're saying that you're doing with other schools, with middle school, as that leads together, just in the thought process with me of charters and lotteries and all that, exactly how that works, but not for this discussion.
Articulation agreement?
Yeah, thanks for everyone's comments. And I don't have any doubt that the board is committed and capable, all of that. I mean, I will sit here and say it does make me pause when I see board members who aren't really in the community. And at the risk of saying something unpopular, but I say this to every board that comes before us with an application, where's the board? 75% of the board is not here today. I think they should have been here today. All right, thoughts? Okay, well, as we said, we're not gonna vote right now. We're gonna wait to listen to the other 2 applicants as well. Same board, different applications. So, Ashley, can we take a 10-minute break? Let's come back at 10:25.
Okay.
12-minute break.
We will re-adjourn at 10:25.
Good morning. Our next school is Movement School Raleigh, so we're going to shift forward. We're going to go a little east into Wake County. A lot of the metrics are the same. The mission statement we have here is the same, as well as the enrollments for years 1 through 5. And so we've heard about that from Movement this morning. 27610 zip code is Raleigh. Central Raleigh, Knightdale, Eastern Raleigh is considered Auburn area, and I believe that the Movement Board is prepared to speak to that demographic today. Similar to what they're offering in Charlotte, they will offer bus transportation within a 3 to 5 mile radius, provide their lunch service and participate in the National School Lunch Program, and then CEP, if eligible, obviously, they will participate in that as well. I believe that Movement is prepared to discuss what the logistics would be in terms of food delivery. Obviously, we heard that they're not going to move food from Freedom Drive in Charlotte, so we will hear that plan. There was not an LEA impact submitted from Wake County. They are not a repeat applicant. Again, they have consultancy assistance here. The application was deemed complete. And so here's like our scatter map for Wake County here. We have like the LEA demographic mirroring that you'll see in terms of subgroups on the right-hand side. So we have the charter school in blue. So in terms of subgroups, particularly we've heard which populations Movement is serving, and then their EDS population below as well. So it's important to say that there are 26 charter schools in Wake County, and I believe we have 197 traditional LEA schools in Wake County LEA. But like before, you'll have 10 minutes to kind of make your statements, and then CSAB will deliberate and do a full discussion there. So if there's no other questions, I will turn the floor over to Movement to discuss Movement Raleigh.
Great, thank you. I'm still Tim Hurley, and I appreciate this chance to share about our application for Movement School Raleigh. You should have a new 2-pager in front of you titled Movement School Raleigh. While the charts and the graphs look very similar to what you had previously, all of the data is different because I wanted to give you all a direct comparison to Movement Raleigh. It looks like if we need more copies, we've got some up here. Got it? Yep. And so the flow will look very similar, but I really wanted to show you what a Movement school would bring to the Raleigh landscape. And as we shared earlier, what I'm encouraged by is, our desire is to build a very similar product each place we go. And so as we've developed it in Charlotte, we believe we can develop the same thing in Raleigh. First, to start a little bit about how we chose Wake County specifically as this will be our first expansion site outside of Charlotte. One of the first things that I looked at was its geographic proximity to Charlotte. Because we've learned when you are expanding to other places, the length of the drive matters. We've learned that from previous charter networks. 2, I looked at the growth of the county, and Wake is a rapidly growing county. We want to be going to places that are growing quickly because we believe the need increases there. And also, there's less of an initial impact on other schools as we come in. Going into the data, the first, figure 1, looks at the 2022 EOG scores for all elementary students, that's grades 3 through 5, for reading. And what I've done is I've compared where Movement landed last year to all Wake County schools, then to all Wake County schools with greater than 50% EDS, Wake County schools with greater than 75% EDS, and Wake County schools with greater than 90% EDS. And typically Movement schools are 95% plus EDS. I then compared our math performance to all elementary students. I think it gets, for me, most interesting as we look at figures 3 and 4, which look specifically at the performance of Black students in Wake County. And interestingly, what we see is that our Black students in Wake County are not seeing an advantage from attending schools with a lower concentration of economically disadvantaged students. So you see it's kind of flat there from 50% EDS schools to 75%. It actually ticks up a little bit at 90% EDS schools. I checked that twice, because it didn't make sense to me. But there's a couple of schools in Wake County that are 90% plus that are doing a great job. And so I think the real value that movement schools would bring to Wake County is our desire to locate in historically black areas and provide an amazing product to those families. If you look at the bottom under growth, figures 5 through 8, you see how our growth scores compare to Raleigh. And each cell you see shaded in green is a place where we are outperforming that comparison. Each cell shaded in red is where we're underperforming. On the next page, looking at just what we're doing to get ready for Raleigh, that's where I really want to spend a lot of my time. And I think this speaks to some of the conversations around governance, which I'm excited to continue with this board. So first, our commitment is that if we are approved, we would add at least 2 Raleigh-based board members to represent the Raleigh community. We've taken that from the examples of KIPP and the Schools for Math and Science. We would alternate our meetings between Raleigh and Charlotte. I've made over 10 trips up to Raleigh specifically to lay the groundwork to open the school. There's an Amtrak train that leaves at 6:45 a.m. in Charlotte. It gets into Raleigh at 10:15. The return train leaves at 3 p.m. And gets back at 6:30 p.m. I can be back in my house at 7. And so I never thought I'd be such a big fan of Amtrak, but I've been wearing it out. And so it actually, for me personally, as the board chair who would be traveling, makes the trip very doable. And that is a blessing. I've also invested a lot of my time in building a Raleigh advisory board because I want to come before this governing board saying, hey, we're not just some group from Charlotte. We're putting down roots in Raleigh. So on my trips, I've asked, who is engaged in the Raleigh education scene and who should I be talking to? And so these members have agreed to be advisory board members, and I'm incredibly proud of who they are. We have 2 former chairs, or the current chair and the former chair of the United Way for the Greater Triangle, which does a lot of work across schools. We have a member of the YMCA board, who's also a member of the National Black Caucus of State Legislatures. One of our members, J.R. Sheeran, also serves on a number of other nonprofit boards that impact a variety of different challenges facing individuals from marginalized communities, so things like healthcare, housing. We have Dr. Victoria Beamer, who's currently a family medicine doctor at Duke University. She previously worked for Teach for America. That's where I got to know her. She's now based in the Triangle area. We have Josh Haymond, who is a founder of a group called Beyond Basketball, that is a nonprofit that he has grown himself that invests heavily into the youth in Raleigh. The commitment from these advisory board members is to help us initially on 3 things. Dialing in our location so that we're working in partnership with the Wake community, helping us identify partnerships in Wake County. A lot of our work runs through partnerships. And in Charlotte, I've had decades to get to know them. We don't have that in Wake, and so we're looking for folks to advise us. And then finally, on how we can best benefit the families in Raleigh. We would look for members of this advisory board to move on to our full-time governing board. I've also spent time communicating with school leaders in the Triangle and in Wake specifically. So RISE, formerly PAVE, is another charter school doing very similar work to ours. I've spoken to multiple board members of theirs. They are supportive of us coming there. They don't want us to land right on top of them. They would be concerned about that for recruitment, which I certainly understand, but they said that other schools like Henderson, like Sugar Creek, like Alex have helped them get started, and they couldn't deny that help to another group looking to come and serve. So we're working in alignment with them, and we'd look to have a location that's complementary versus competitive. Currently, we do have separate agenda items for each school that we do. We'd be glad to gavel in and gavel out the way that KIPP, I just learned that that's how KIPP North Carolina does it. They gavel in and gavel out for each meeting. We're glad to do that if that would be preferable to this board. Looking at the need, so I looked at the same data of what is the percentage of black students attending charters in Wake County and how does that compare to the nation? And so right now, Wake is only at 7% of black students are served by charters, compared to 15% in Mecklenburg County and more than 18% for the nation. So I think there continues to be a real market for that. I dug in a little bit deeper, and there are 26 charter schools in Wake County. Right now, there are only 4 that have greater than 22% enrolled students from an economically disadvantaged background. So out of 26, there are 4 that are 22% or more EDS for charters. So on the one hand, that's good, right? We have economically diverse schools. On the other hand, I think what that shows is that there are markets in higher poverty areas that are not being served right now, and that's exactly what we want to go and serve. If you look at Figure 11, that's where we would look to locate. Our ideal site is in East Raleigh. It's that red star in the middle. And you can see it's not right on top of the only 2 other, or those are the only 3 schools with more than 40% EDS is what's shown in blue. And those are actually the only other charter schools in that area. We've been advised that Mini City Market is a place where they could use more. That's a predominantly Latino area right now, so we're not going to prioritize that. Because as I've shared, we're still figuring out how to best serve that market. We've also been advised that moving out towards southeast, towards the Garner area could be a good area. There's a lot of activity right there in Southeast Raleigh with the Southeast Raleigh Promise and also PAVE. And so I said, I don't want to go there on top of people. As I've talked to members of the community, they said, hey, a lot of families are getting pushed towards Garner. So if you look out there, you're not going to be on top of the work we're doing. You'd be complementary. Both these areas are within the 5-mile zone, so we would not need to resubmit for a new application if we came down that far, but these are the areas we're looking in, trying to find the ideal site. I look forward to maybe addressing some of y'all's questions about the board structure, but for now, I'll stop there. Casey, is there anything you'd like to add about Raleigh specifically? And we're probably close to time.
Okay, so when we know that whenever we go into a new region, state, or wherever the case may be, there's usually some form of resistance. And to address that resistance, what's underneath it is usually some form of fear. So whether that's a fear for a charter school, fear of something new, fear of change, fear in some capacity. Our goal, if approved, is to how do we dismantle that fear. So we're going to make sure that we go into our communities and we're doing our research. What does that community need in particular? What are the differences between Charlotte and Raleigh? And how are we going to work to really understand that we know those nuances? We're going to also do that through attending board meetings, attending different school visits, doing family chats, things of that nature to fully understand the needs of the Raleigh community in particular. And we would do so under, of course, support from the advisory board to figure out like where to go to. But being on the ground, Tim mentioned that he's been on the ground. My then goal is to be on the ground after the fact to figure out to start some of these things. Also, to look for a new superintendent to be able to man that region, because we do have a superintendent for the Charlotte region, but just knowing that the distance is going to pose some challenges. So looking for a superintendent in that region in particular. And then just so that you all know, we sent out a survey to our current movement staff across the network. And so far, of the 25% that ideally, we have 25% of our staff members at any new school come from a former movement school. So of that 25%, we already have 15% of our current staff members at Movement Charlotte interested in going to Raleigh. So that's really awesome. We're not going to force anyone to uproot their life and move from Charlotte to Raleigh, but there's just automatically some general interest there. So definitely want to share that. And then just so that you all know, as a CEO, I'll be heavily supporting this brand new region. And what does that mean? That means being down there weekly, if need be. I currently live in Atlanta, and I'm in Charlotte every single week supporting our Charlotte schools. So that level of support will shift to Raleigh, being that we have a superintendent for Charlotte. Our goal is to ensure that that school region gets set up for success and that they have all the manpower, woman power, specifically, to do so. That's it.
That's all.
You good?
Yep.
All right, so now it's the board's time to deliberate and gather any questions that they want to ask. Yes?
I'd like to know more about how the family chats will work.
The
Family chats.
family chats.
You need a pen? Bigger.
If it's doing recruitment throughout the year, or just how that is all planning to be set up and executed.
Questions?
Yeah, I'd like to get a little more information on the board. Was asked at the previous interview. They're gonna meet once a month and discuss all your schools at the same time, I'm assuming, not a different meeting for each school. If they get a little clarification on that.
On how they're meeting?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do before.
And also about the board, I think they said that they have the advisory board right now, why did they not already have the advisory board people on the board to plan for if it was coming?
Since that's been a question to the application, why don't we stop right there and we'll give you some time to answer that part, because that seems to be lingering.
Yeah.
Can I add part B2 to the question, that according to the bylaws, the board members will rotate off after 3 years, but they can serve a term back to back. So I wondered about the intention of who's going, how you roll off and who would roll on, that kind of thing.
Great. Yeah, I'm excited to talk about the structure. I think maybe it was Mr. Friend who said, we would expect us to be a CMO right now, by now, and I would agree with you, actually. I thought we would, be at that level. I also appreciated Mr. Danielson, who said we've tried to be very deliberate in what we're doing. And so one thing I learned early on is that the CMO structure is not as straightforward as I thought, and especially here in North Carolina, where we have another category of supporting organizations that I think Kip led the way on, and that's closer to actually think what we aspire to be. This year, we received a planning grant from the National Charter School Growth Fund. So I've been working closely with them to say, hey, what is the best way to structure this? And we've hired a gentleman named Andrew Bray. He was the chief operating officer for the Charter School Growth Fund for I think around 6 or 7 years. He now does private consulting. And we used that grant, and that's the question we're asking Andrew Bray, is to say, hey, we want to structure ourselves to grow. Help us do it in the right way. And something I'd want to offer to this board is to say, we are committed to creating a structure that you all feel really good about. I know there's been challenges, right, with different actors in the space. We want to be the group that when we show up, you all look, they may be good or bad on the achievement or the whatnot, but we know who they are. And so 2 commitments I would offer. One is to co-design this in conversation with you all. We've hired, as I said, Katie to help us with this. Also, if y'all say, hey, we want to see you in December with this thing set up to move forward, I'm fine with that. We're going to set it up in a way that's right. Our philosophy right now, though, is we have kept it tight. One thing I'd want to share is just the different organizations that work here. So there's 3 entities. There's Movement Mortgage, which is a for-profit company. And every year they work to generate profits. It's a privately held company. That company is 50% owned by the Movement Foundation. So the founder, Casey Crawford, actually took the dramatic step of saying, I actually want to donate the ownership of this company to a nonprofit. And so every year what happens is as Movement Mortgage does well and makes profit, they pay everybody, they reinvest, but then those profits flow from Movement Mortgage up to the Movement Foundation, which is the other 50% is actually owned in another nonprofit charitable trust. He tried to put it all under the Movement Foundation, and the mortgage regulators did not want that, because if Movement Mortgage gets sued, they want to have recourse against a more private individual, not a nonprofit. So one thing to know is the founder of Movement Mortgage took a dramatically different step. He got some really good advice where someone said, know your end zone. They said your financial end zone. How much is enough? And so when he reached that years ago, all the profits now flow to the foundation. So there's Movement Mortgage for-profit, owned by the foundation. What the foundation does is it takes that money and we use it to build high-quality schools to serve low-income students. We have over $100 million in assets in the foundation that we want to deploy right here in North Carolina to serve our students. We build the schools, we get them all set to go. We turn the keys over to the next nonprofit, which is the Movement Schools nonprofit, the one we're talking about right here. That's a separate C3. The board members of the foundation are separate from the board members of the school operating C3. Now, the members of the school operating C3, they are connected to the Movement Mortgage Network right now. That's not our hill to die on. We have structured it that way because we wanted to have a clean, clear vision of what we're doing, but we recognize as we grow the value of additional community input. So we at the same time, we always want to keep our vision very clear. We've seen so often where charter schools will have boards that start to go different directions. And for better or worse, we want to deliver on the product we're promising to our communities. We also have members from outside. So one of our members is Jason.
The clarification.
Oh, sorry.
Could you address what the question was about the board? How do boards meet? Is there one board that monitors all the schools?
Yep.
Talk a little bit more about how the boards function.
Yep. So it's one board meeting, and we have the principals from each of the schools join. We have a separate agenda item, a section for each of the schools. So we gavel in, run through each of the schools, and then gavel out. And as we go forward, if we're approved for Raleigh, we would add the 2 board members. The reason we haven't done it yet is because if we were not approved, we didn't want to add these Raleigh board members and then not be approved and have them be sitting there. If that's something this board wants to see us do, before December, we're glad to do that.
And family chats.
Yep, the family,
I can speak to that. Hi. So with the family chats, before officially launching a school, we'll be doing so with the families that are expected to enroll. So just via sending out emails, having a location in order for us to connect leaders that are currently involved on the Charlotte side, but those in particular that will be involved for the Raleigh location will be present. The goal is to make sure that families are clear about who we are, what we stand for, what we believe, and then also, of course, leave room to understand who they are, what they stand for, and what they believe. Often you'll find in those family chats that we are aligned, so that will be the overall goal of that time, just to more so get familiar with the families that are on the ground, and then it also serves as a point to really invest them in movement and the growth that we're doing. Families can say that they will probably like to enroll, but usually after those type of chats, they're very bought in. They're yes, team movement, sign me up. Where's my t-shirt?
What is the format of the chats? Google Meets, Zoom meetings?
Well, in person now that we have the ability to be in person. Yes.
What does the future look like? How many, you're now talking about Raleigh and Wake County. Are there other communities, or how big in Raleigh and Wake County? What does it look like?
We know you have to plant little seeds, have them grow in the community and prove yourself. And so if Raleigh, if it goes well and we come back to this board and say, hey, we've done what we said we were going to do, our parents are satisfied, we'd love to continue to grow in Raleigh. I think we need ideally 4 or 5 schools in a region to make it sustainable for the superintendent. That region could be Raleigh. It could also be, say, Raleigh and Greensboro. We think those are close enough proximity. As we looked at Durham, we've heard there's a lot of charter schools there. Maybe don't try to go there right now. We're also looking at Wilmington for the future, another very high growth area. And we would do the same thing. We'd love to come back to this board and say, hey, we kept our promises. Here's how we're trying to grow. One thing I did want to address is, Mr. Friend, you're just commenting on, hey, where's the board? And I would say that is my fault. With the board, what I shared with them was, hey, it's going to be myself and KTT talking. You can come if you want to, you don't have to. That was clearly a mistake, and one we will rectify if we get to come before this board again. But that is, they have very good board attendance at our meetings, but that it's a miss and it's not a good look, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I think Eric raises an important question, because when looking at expansion, was the growth of the area your primary criteria? Because there are areas of the state that desperately need charter school options, especially high quality ones for disadvantaged students. You think of places like in the northeast part of North Carolina and some other regions, maybe the Sandhills. So was it growth and population that was your primary criteria for choosing Wake County? And is there ever going to be a possibility where you start to migrate into rural communities and communities that maybe don't have the population density of a Charlotte or a Raleigh?
Yeah, that's a great question. The primary driver is us being able to fulfill our promise on our model. So I grew up in rural Mississippi. I taught in rural Mississippi. I would love to be able to serve our rural areas. Right now, given the talent needs that we have and our strength, we are not sure we can deliver on our promise in a rural area. So the focus is on where's a high need, and we see that need in Wake. And then secondly, can we make our model work? Now, as we grow stronger, I would love to see us be able to get out there. And I think what happens with that is once we have a great base in a place like Wake, we can say, how many folks would raise their hand to move this far away? Another trend we're seeing is in some of our city centers, our families are getting pushed out towards the perimeter. So like the schools we have in Charlotte right now are probably the closest in we'll ever be in Charlotte. Our next charter applications are actually more towards the ring because we're seeing that. And so our desire is to move with the highest need areas. So we'd love to be there. We have to go strong enough to get there.
The quick clarification from Ashley, Melanie, we did not get an impact statement from Wake County.
We didn't know.
Interesting. In terms of need, kind of piggybacking off Mr. Mr. Soup's question, this area of Raleigh. How did you gather, I saw lots of signatures and parents that said that if you build it, they will come. How did you go about finding those parents and reaching out to those potential parents in that area of town?
So two ways. We, one, took advantage of our Movement Mortgage teammates. So Movement Mortgage has a presence in Raleigh. They've been working there for years. And we reached out to that team and said, hey, if we're going to grow, we need to show that there are members of the Raleigh community who support us. So they assisted us in taking our signature forms, taking them out, getting them signed. The other thing we did is we put something online and said, hey, here's who we are. Here's our schools in Charlotte. If you'd like to see us come, will you sign up here to say you support it, and would you consider sending your kids there?
So you know that the people who did that actually are from Raleigh?
So they signed up with their zip codes and information, and it's spread across Raleigh, but yes, they're from Raleigh.
I was just looking at, I think this may be a problem everywhere, so I don't know that this is specific to just this particular school, but in August, Wake County was 400 teachers short of filling classrooms. So, and they're the high, if not the highest, one of the highest paid supplements in the state. So how are you looking to get staff members to come to this school? Being new to the area, they don't know you, and Wake County is already 400 teachers short. I don't know if that's still the case. I'm saying based on what school you started.
Yeah. I'll speak a little high level. I may let KT go deeper on it. I mean, at a high level, we work just as hard to recruit teachers as students. So if you go to our website or follow us on social media, what you'll see is we invest a lot in having a strong brand. That's number one. Number two, great teachers want to follow great leaders, right? And so that's why we're hiring our superintendent. We would hire her 2 years early. And if we get a rock solid superintendent, that's going to attract the teachers we want. In Charlotte, we pay one step above the CMS salary rate. We're trying to figure out how to make that significantly higher. And trying to see where can we scale, take costs from other areas in order to make our pay more competitive. You want to speak? What do you do?
So in addition to the competitive pay, someone mentioned earlier around the fact that like we're growing, I think it was Bart, like we're growing slow and steady. And the thing about Raleigh is that we're only opening K1, so that's about 20 teachers. So yes, shortage, and we are experiencing that across the nation. But for the first year is very small. There's only 20 teachers needed. And then also the goal is that we do such a really strong job at like building a strong adult culture and a strong identity in terms of the brand that our teachers are going to bring in, you know, high performing quality teachers to work there as well because they have a great experience at the school. So to start, because it's just K1, it's not that many teachers. Great question though.
One of the things I noticed in the budget is elected teachers are paid $30,000. Are they part-time positions, or is that are they certified? Let's talk a little bit about that position.
Yep. So we, what we actually do is we hire. If you think about like an artist in residence program, where you have someone come in, I guess maybe it's not the right analogy. Basically, we hire third-party folks to come in and teach those elective periods, and we pay them on more of an hourly rate. So the aggregate is $30,000. And we've actually found some great talent that way, where it's folks who, we have Double Dutch is one of the things offered at our school, and there's these women who crush it with Double Dutch, and so they come in and they offer it this year. We used to do meditation. What else do we have?
Yoga. It ranges. And the cool thing about that is that we don't have to fund the specials department as heavily because what we found is that specials teachers will get paid a salary of like, let's say on average 55, right? But then they don't want to teach reading and they don't want to teach the other roles. They just want to teach yoga. And it's like, okay, we need to justify you getting 55 to teach yoga for like 3 hours throughout the entire day. What this does is that you actually get the people that love just teaching yoga for that time period, and helps us on the budget end.
One more question for me. I'm not done. And one of the things I saw that was interesting. Let's talk about C4 counseling.
Yeah, you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Because I know that's a Charlotte-based organization, but the support structure for this school, but maybe that's just C4's I saw it in this application, so.
Yeah, so C4 is actually national. They expand nationally. So I know that they're in North Carolina, they are in Georgia, they are in South Carolina as well. So they will be able to support Raleigh. But it's basically a trauma-informed behavior program in which they come in, they get different caseloads. So they provide like social workers, they provide therapists, they provide it based on the different needs, but they basically have a caseload of students per school, and they have people come in to like support them in those different types of areas. But they really do hone in on trauma.
So it's not Charlotte,
It's not Charlotte-based, no.
There's a location in Charlotte, is there, I'm assuming there's one in Wake as well then, or how does that work?
I will have to find out exactly where their location is outside of, but they deploy their members. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a centralized place and they deploy out?
Yes, I think so. Mhm.
And I would just add on that, they're growing with us. Like, they were founded in Charlotte, and we've had such a good partnership that they've said, hey, as you grow, we want to expand our business. It's a local Black-owned business. They do amazing work, and so we're actually growing together as we expand.
Other questions, members? I think we're down to about 7 more minutes.
Can you, I know you've alluded to a few positions, but just what are the kind of central office positions right now? And then what will you add if these schools are approved?
Yep. So right now, we have CEO, Superintendent of Charlotte, Jamie, our Director of Compliance and Growth. We have contracted with a full-time person to be our Director of Recruitment. So we have a 15-month contract with her. And I think that will roll into a full-time position, maybe with her, maybe not. So that's where we are now. As we grow, we would add superintendent for Raleigh, principal. We have also slated for a chief operating officer. We think we're ready for that. And we also believe we need some kind of internal finance support, so a director of finance. One thing I would say, our philosophy is we want to keep the center as lean as we can. We both came out of organizations, Teach for America AF, that had very large centers. We both led regions. And so we know keeping money in the schoolhouse in the field is our A1. So we try to balance keeping as many dollars as we can in the school with making sure we're responsibly staffing out the center ahead of growth.
Will these regions, given how lean you are, will these regions have some level of autonomy or not?
I'd say the specifics of that are part of what we're really laying out right now with the Charter School Growth Fund. But I would say, our vision is when it comes to the academic model, it's very tight and clear. When it comes to the community partnership side, it's more customized to the community. In talking with the Charter School Growth Fund, they thought it was interesting because they thought the strength of the regions would be more like a KIPP where there's more regional strength, but the tightness of the model is more similar to a relay type approach.
Is Movement Foundation, you mentioned earlier about putting in $400,000 seed money. Is that for all 3 apps, or each individual app is going to get $400,000 seed money?
Each individual school. That's what we had to do when we shifted the opening from 225 students to a lower target of 125. In order for us to make the budget work, we needed to increase the initial funding, and that's something we were ready to do.
And the app does say 500,000.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I think, and on the funding too, there is no commingling of funds. Each school has its own budget code. What there is splitting of expenses, but it has gotten very complex very quickly, and so that's where we do want to set up a more centralized organization, because I think it'll make the accounting much cleaner.
Mm-hmm. Your narrative talks about providing free marketing, a marketing campaign, but then the budget has marketing dollars for staff and students. So I'm assuming the free marketing is pre-launch.
It's
Once the school opens, they fund.
It is. It's also supplemental. So Movement Mortgage, through its sort of unique vision, I have access to their marketing directors, their design people, and I take full advantage of every free thing they will give. At the same time, you need dedicated people to make sure your stuff works.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Anyone else?
I guess the same question we haven't asked about the facility here, have we? But every application says we're closing on September
Yep.
15th, and we're launching.
I think I need to change. Yeah, we have high hopes and
It's
ambitious.
not a replication; it's a duplication.
Right.
That's what these are.
We have high hopes and ambitious goals, and we are behind on those. We're ahead of where we have been in the past, but we're actually talking now with a company called Keith Corporation, which is a commercial real estate developer in Charlotte, and they're developing facilities for Tractor Supply companies, and they go out and build these across the nation. So we're trying to see, can we work with them on the site selection to get better at it? But right now, it's Garrett, who you all know, out there with his team, pounding the streets.
School meal acquisition and deployment.
Yep. We will find a similar partner to Two Guys in a Kitchen in Charlotte who will prepare them in Raleigh, and we will ship to future Raleigh schools, Lord willing, we get the chance to grow.
Yeah, I didn't make that up, you know, the application.
No, you were fully accurate.
A lot of traveling for the food.
Amtrak must move away.
That's right. I hadn't thought about that one.
All right, so I guess everyone's had a chance to say their part, so you guys have some time for closing.
I think we can get our time back to the board. We've shared what we need to share.
Okay.
Great.
Deliberation. Comments.
Well, not much different. But I can say.
I'd like to praise the Wake County School Board for not objecting to this like they have in the past when schools were proposed for low-income black communities.
That's why I asked that question. I'd like to look optimistically that meant that they don't oppose this, or it means they just didn't see this was on today's agenda.
Where they
Which it
recognize,
is.
they
And
recognize
they need
that
to be
this
praised for
area needs it.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm very familiar with that area, for sure. And I concur that it would be needed.
Looking for my notes, but I'm not seeing what I was recalling, that they are donating $500,000 for the planning year, and then another additional $500,000 at the school opening, available August 2024. Is that confirmed? And so, from what Mr. Hurley said, that funding, at least in part, will equip classrooms. So when I read furnishings, you know, classroom furnishings, but I didn't know it included classroom technology, the necessary instructional materials and equipment for every classroom. So that really resolved some of my questions about budgeting for the students, you know, as well as on the admin end.
And as someone who just went through that process of opening a school and relying heavily on student ADM on those first days, to have know that there's something there to support you to back that up is good to know.
Comforting.
Any other comments? Just in my mind, I will say that I came into this whole situation, not to say that my mind's been shifted yet, but a concern with capacity and being able to support. But I can tell you that the more I hear these folks talk, the more I feel the passion and what they want to accomplish. So I'm not gonna say I'm where I stand right now, but I can tell you I really do appreciate the methodology, the research, the presentation. Everything seems to be very solid.
One of the, I think very similarly, John, I came into this thinking in part, this is a significant expansion in that you're looking at opening potentially 3 campuses. And, controlling that and doing that well has got to be difficult. But I also hear, how much is the foundation, $100 million or something like that? Yeah, and so the flip side is, if they can't open schools here, there's states all over the southeast that would be eager for them to go spend the money there instead. Yes. And so I would much prefer that the money gets spent in North Carolina than constraints force them to look elsewhere.
Are they operating schools in other states?
Not presently.
You have one in Atlanta?
No.
Do not.
Not yet.
Okay.
I appreciate that they want to get local talent on their board. I think that's absolutely critical, and I think it's also critical to have a diverse membership on your board. Different people bring different ideas, and so that really was my only hang-up when I reviewed their application was the lack of local talent. But their commitment their stated commitment to adding board members that are in the region, I think is an important move to address that concern.
Yeah, I would echo that too, particularly the one here in Raleigh, where there's not really a footprint of the work that they've done in the past.
Do you mind if I clarify, Mr. Hurley, is Movement looking to, have you applied to open a school in Georgia?
Tim, will you come to the microphone?
Yes, we are interested in opening in Georgia. We've also have been approached by other states, and we want to grow in North Carolina.
I think back to last month when we were debating about, a charter operator expanding, and is it taking on too much too soon? I do think those are still fair questions in this debate as well. And while it's not doubling their student capacity by adding potentially 3 new schools, it's certainly doubling or tripling their actual facility impact and footprint. To maybe a precursor for the next interview, I just laid out here before lunch, and this is probably a question that would be really difficult if I were on the other end of the podium to answer. But if we were to approve all 3, is there one that ranks as much higher on their priority list compared to the others? And I know that by stating that's like putting them in a really difficult position to answer that question, but I am curious to the answer to that question.
I think it's a fair question to ask. I think they were kind of, there's some pride they take in keeping the kind of central office lean. It kind of works a little bit against you when you start talking about growing fast, growing in different communities, maybe even different states in terms of what Tim was just saying, in terms of Atlanta or Georgia. I think what helps them a lot in that conversation, at least in my mind, is the same thing that is my biggest criticism, which is that they're keeping they're doing the Starbucks thing, right? They're putting up elementary schools in which they know the exact model they want, the exact curriculum they want, the exact infrastructure they want. They've decreased the variables a lot in a way that they could potentially expand with quality easier than most.
The reason I didn't go 100% on what I said earlier about being sold is that I think we can all reference businesses or anything in our experiences where a great product grew so fast that it outgrew its ability to sustain itself. And I think that's probably the part where I think most of us that have experience in this area are just concerned that I'm sure it's taken a while to develop the culture that's in the schools that are already in Charlotte before you get too crazy and take that to other places, is to be sure that you take time to develop that culture and the mindset in other places, because maybe the buy-in someplace else may not be as strong. And again, these are all maybes. I don't know, maybe things will be great, maybe they won't. I don't know, but I think it's really smart on all of our behalf in the schools that are applying for this to keep in mind that not to outgrow your abilities to support yourself. All right, so I think anybody else have any final comments before we stop this part of the session? Cool.
All right, we will, we're a little ahead of schedule, so we will adjourn for lunch. And, do we wanna maybe come back at like 12:15?
Because that's forcing them to stay
Yeah.
too, yeah.
All right, we will be back at 12:15 for the Movement School Northeast Charlotte application. Let me hit the mics.
ready to get started this afternoon? Good lunch, thank you, as always. And Ms. Rackey, we'll hand it over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. So our final movement school today is Movement School Northeast Charlotte. And so you all have the mission there, their year 1 through 5 enrollment projections, all their lunch details. Movement Northeast is slated for the 28215 zip code. So the eastern corridor of Charlotte, most closely, they're very proximal to their Eastland campus, also close to the KIPP Charlotte, United Community School, and Eastside Stream Charter Schools. As in the other two applications we heard today, they will provide bus transportation within a radius of the school. Movement Northeast will not use a weighted lottery. There was an LEA impact statement submitted by CMS, and they are not a repeat applicant, and this application was deemed complete by the Office of Charter Schools. The next slide has the demographics, and some of the LEA demographic mirroring there. You can see their EDS populations and their subgroup population there. We have already indicated there were 33 charter schools in the Mecklenburg area, but again, you can kind of look at that center right into the corridor of proposed location for Northeast. I will go ahead and turn the floor back over to the movement board and let them begin this round of questions.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, board. We are honored to be back with you and excited to talk about our application to open up Movement School Northeast Charlotte. I'm going to be referencing the first handout I gave you all, progress since application submission. I'm just going straight to page 3, because that's where I've really focused in on the community of Northeast Charlotte. Great. So I'm not gonna subject you to hearing the whole thing again. I'm just gonna focus right in on our impact in Northeast Charlotte. One, I'm very excited by the opportunity to grow in Northeast Charlotte. It's the closest to my own community. I've lived in East Charlotte for the last 10 years. My kids are at Movement School Eastland, which is the closest movement school to where we would be launching. This school also represents us really trying to keep pace with where we're seeing our families moving. So as I shared earlier, with the rising rent in Charlotte, we are hearing a lot about families moving a bit further out to where it's more affordable. And so this is us moving out towards the perimeter of Charlotte. Looking at the data, I put dots on there to represent the existing charter schools. So there are existing charter schools in the sector. It's about 3 miles distance between Movement School Eastland and Movement School Northeast, to give you a sense of the scale. So we're not on top of anybody, there is some space. I've also pulled out in figure 15, the elementary student performance for all students in reading. I didn't put photographs in, but they're all pretty similar to figure 15. And in that, I've tried to pull out and show you what the movement school model would bring relative to the other schools and charter operators that are there in the sector. I'm proud to show Sugar Creek is probably at the edge of that zone, but I wanted to keep it on there because I think it's interesting just that Movement Charter School and Sugar Creek are basically right in the same place on achievement, which I think shows something to the power of the model. You know, we were founded based on their model. We've been trying to faithfully execute it and build on it alongside them. And so we're seeing, you know, when you implement these same practices, you get the same results, and they're really strong. While there are other charters operating in the sector, I think we bring another really valuable opportunity for our parents. If you look at the bottom, figure 17, I've listed out there where we stand in relation to the other both charters and public nonprofits operating in the sector. The LEA impact statements are the same thing, which is they acknowledge we would be bringing a valuable academic performance to that area, and their primary concern was around funding. With that, I think most of the questions that I've heard you all raise appropriately is around just our capacity as we continue to grow. So what I'd like to do now is just use this time to really focus more on that. I'm going to turn it over to KTT to talk some first about our academic capacity.
Yes, so capacity is very important. And when we think about the different schools, Raleigh in particular will be serving about, if approved, will serve about 125 students. It will have one superintendent, plus one principal, plus an assistant principal, things of that nature, for just 125 students, right? So think about that superintendent is really in charge for the entire region, but only 125 kids. I would love to have that job. We will all love to have that job. So there's definitely a ton of capacity and support in that sense in terms of the region Raleigh. In terms of Charlotte, currently right now, our superintendent for Charlotte, this is her first full year. Prior to that superintendent, it was just me for all of the campuses. So this is her first full year. She is currently running our 3 campuses, plus the one that we have already gotten approved, and now the 2 that we are hoping to get approved. That will bring her to 6 campuses. Currently, right now, she is serving about 1,267 students. If approved, we will be serving 1,600 students, a little over 1,600 students. That's one superintendent for about 1,600 students. Traditionally, in the charter network, in the charter world, a superintendent manages 3 times that rate. So we do believe that she has the capacity to manage these campuses, and then our goal is to have more superintendents join once we are at capacity with the amount of students that we believe should be true underneath the superintendent, to then hire more superintendents in that particular region. But we do believe that there's capacity on the academic side in terms of superintendents.
And then to speak a bit to the operational capacity, as I shared, we are approved to and looking to hire a chief operating officer. And again, with right now a total of 4 schools and growing, most organizations would not be able to hire a chief operating officer this soon. We are trying to get ahead of the growth, so we'll be hiring for that. Similarly, for our director of finance, we're prepared to hire for that to also get ahead of the growth. And then finally, because we partner with a lot of third-party providers, the advantage is they're able to scale up quickly with us. We're not hiring our whole finance team. We're able to add additional contracts to those accounts. So I think it makes sense to say, hey, are you all ready? And for us, we're really working hard to make these investments ahead of time, so we are ready. And to close on our opening, I would say I understand, the risk that it feels like to say, hey, we want you to move forward with 3 more schools. That's a big thing for you all to decide. And I would emphasize that we're trying to plant really small seeds. So it's a total of 375 students. The other thing I would say is I think given the challenges of COVID, this is an appropriate time for aggressive action in support of our kids. There's always the risk of, if you act, what happens? But what's hard to see is the risk of inaction. And so if we don't act and take advantage of the opportunity, what that means is fewer pre-K seats for the students, a fewer options. So I definitely understand the risk before this board, and I would ask humbly for your support on this school as we really just try to lean into this opportunity and the need brought up by some pretty unprecedented times in our state. We launched and we had 2 normal operating years, and then we had 3 years of COVID, and the blessing of it is we got stronger during it. So thank you so much for y'all's discussion and questions. That's all we have for our opening. I look forward to the questions from the board.
Thank you. All right, questions for movement a third time?
I'd like to hear them describe the duties of the superintendent and just kind of sort of what role they play in overseeing these schools.
And I'd like to hear them address the board membership again for this area, what they intend to do as far as adding board members, local people, advisory councils, those kinds of things.
Why don't you go ahead and address the board membership issue? And I'd like you also to think about, like, if you're going towards, if you're gonna eventually shoot towards it, if you're in the process of working towards a CMO, what's the board structure gonna look like at that point? Like, it may be what you're gonna do for the school individually inside that, but what does the structure look like, the organization, once you achieve, or if you do achieve a CMO.
Great. So for this school, it's, as I shared, about 3 miles away from Movement School Eastland. So we had not felt the same need to add a new advisory board member specifically for this school. If that's something that I think from our discussions, it sounds like us really focusing in on the right balance between tight, efficient governance and making sure we're hearing from all groups is a place for us to wrestle with. So we're also glad to wrestle alongside this body in terms of what is the proper, balance. I live about 3 miles away from this school, so it's not that far from our existing members. As we become a CMO, I think that part of the vision for that would still be a tight governing body. I'm interested to see how we can use advisory boards and also smart committees to serve our parents. So I serve on the parent relations committee of our current governing board, and that's one where we get a lot of action from parents, right? They want to, talk to their board member. And so I think there's a question of, do we have a different parent committee with each location so they're on the ground, can talk directly, while maybe not having separate finance committees on each board. This is also part of where, honestly, we're trying to figure it out with partnership from the Charter School Growth Fund. This is not our hill to die on. Our desire, though, is to try to keep it as efficient as we can, while also having the meaningful input that I would want and do want as a parent. So that's the best I can say is those are our principles, and we're trying to figure out the most efficient way to enact that.
Did you address the question about the role of superintendent?
Yep, got you. Okay, so in terms of the role for the superintendent, they are the direct manager for all of the principals. So in this case, if approved, it will be 6 principals that they will directly manage. They are in charge of aligning the network decisions and priorities to aligning their decisions to the overall network priorities. They are responsible for specific region priorities. They work alongside the COO or the finance director to oversee the larger operations. They attend board meetings and speak about the overall performance of all of the schools within their portfolio. And they align with the pre-K director because that is a separate role. The pre-K director oversees all of our pre-K sites, but they align with our pre-K director to ensure that they are mission aligned, vision aligned, and being able to eventually move those scholars into the elementary world region. But their main event job is to directly manage the 6 principals. So in that case, as a former, I say former as of like 2 months ago, relay instructor, you definitely have a larger caseload than 6. So I do believe that with the capacity and high-performing superintendents, they should be able to manage 6 principals with fidelity.
Are those 1-year, 3-year, 5-year contracts? What are those contracts look like? How long are you keeping those people in positions?
The superintendent?
Yeah.
So ideally, as long as they would like to be with us, they will stay with us. But the performance, of course, determines how long they will stay. But
Who manages the performance of the superintendent?
I do.
That's 1 year.
Everyone gets a 1-year contract.
Okay, that's what I was-
Yes, but ideally, if you are high performing, and if you know any, please send them our way. But their goal is to keep our people that are proven to be mission aligned, vision aligned, and driven by results. So yes, 1 year, and I directly manage all superintendents regardless of region.
Can you give clarification again on your role? Are you part of the board?
I'm the CEO of the schools. I'm a non-voting member on the board.
You're a non-voting member?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what's innovative of this particular ed plan that you have?
Say more.
What is innovative of the ed plan that you are proposing for movement? Educational plan. What is innovative about it?
Got you. So in terms of our overall academics innovation or just the structure of the schools?
The education plan for this movement school.
Got you. So in terms of innovation around our academics, we are going after, yes, eliminating the achievement gap, but then some innovation here is around our financial literacy program. So there's innovation there. In terms of innovation, in terms of our model and our structure, we talked about like really trying to keep the network side lean so that most of our funds can stay within the schools. That allows us to like really, one, yes, currently we're just one step above CMS in terms of paying out our teachers, but our goal is to do more of that. If we keep more of our funds in the schools, we will be able to do so, and think through around different performance rates and just stuff of that nature. So there's innovation there on that front. In terms of our model in innovation, in terms of training, that's critical because yes, former relay instructor, so like a lot of our training is very aligned to relay, but then also being able to do it at a very high capacity and a little bit more consistent. So because we have more school days, we are allowed to be a little bit flexible with that. Our Fridays are half days, which allow for training. So we have network-wide specific training in which network leaders like myself, superintendent, Jamie, et cetera, can come in and train our teachers. So those days are dedicated for that, but not just network leaders. Our principals are also doing training. So the innovation there is that our teachers are getting a lot more training than the average teacher in North Carolina. So there's innovation on that front. So I hope I covered places of innovation.
Facility question. Again, assuming you haven't locked down a facility or closed on a facility by mid-September, just tell us a little bit what you have and what progress is being made. And
Yep.
I mean, do you run the risk of, I know you're saying these schools are going to be somewhat within 2 to 3 miles of existing schools, but is there a risk that it's going to be even more than that or less than that if some of these sites you have in mind don't pan out?
Good question. So on the looking side, we have the same team that's looking, and they've identified 2 to 3 sites that are potential. For us, what we look at is a couple of things. We purchase the facilities outright, and our goal is to build them on a budget that is sustainable. And so our goal is $13 million per facility, and that's from purchase all the way to upfit. The cost of construction has gone up about 30% over the last 6 months. And so for us, if we need to, from the foundation, we can go above that. We have those resources, but we're trying to stay within our model so it's sustainable. And so it means we're looking largely for off-market deals right now. So that if we had to buy something now, we could, but we think we have a little bit of time to try to find something better. Also, with some of the changes just in the market and interest rates going up, we think it's going to moderately put more opportunities there. So the short answer is we feel like we still have a little bit more time to keep looking before we pull the trigger. If we went closer to our current school, we'd be challenging ourselves, right? We know it'd be tougher to enroll both schools. So that's our incentive to try to keep that 3-mile buffer. We also don't want to go too much further out because we're going to lose the concentration. So it's possible, but we'd have to suffer the consequences if we go outside of where we've committed to.
I think I just want to point out that at least the 2 first applications that I reviewed, so that would have been West Charlotte and Raleigh, both indicated that basically the way I read it was we have a facility and we're locking in on it and we're closing September 15th.
Yep.
And they were identically worded. And then the final in Northeast was similar, but more tentative about if we really have a facility, have a property
Yep.
parcel. So was there something secure? There was something imminent occurring on September 15th? Or was that just sort of a duplication, like the mail transfer kind of thing? It just got duplicated?
I think that's our target closing date of when, that's our goal of when we want it to be done. And so I don't think we've ever hit our target closing date. And so I think we probably need to move our target back. It takes us about 18 months, to get a school up and running. And so we know we have a little bit more time to secure it.
So what I'm referring to was closing on property on September 15th, 2022. Is that what you're referring to?
I think so, yep.
A few months back?
Yep.
Okay.
And so that's the target.
But that was the goal
That
back when you wrote the application?
Correct. That's correct. We found that one of our hardest parts is the real estate, to make it work on our budget. I think we all know that. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, how much transiency do you see between the schools? Do you find students moving from one school to another because of how close they are, or do they pretty much stay put where?
We see parents enrolling across town to get into a movement school. So when Movement Freedom filled up and Movement Eastland launched, We saw a number of families who said, hey, if you have a spot at Eastland, we'll take it. We can drive across town. As spots opened up at Freedom, they've moved back because they wanted to be closer. So that's where we've seen the most transiency. We don't see many parents who just decide, oh, I want to switch from this school to the other school.
What kind of, and I may have missed this, but what kind of waiting list are you looking at schools?
We have had, I'm trying to think of when we applied, we had approximately, I want to say it was around 600 total. The challenge for us is a lot of that waiting list is grades 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And when we're launching K1, what really matters, as you all know, is K1, and what really matters is first grade. Kindergarten, we've gotten better at. First grade's really hard to fill up, and so that's why for these 3 schools, we used to try to launch with 100 first graders. We've reduced it down now to 30 because it's tough to get first graders. So we have a large waiting list overall, but the one that matters for us is kindergarten, and that's where each time we have to prove ourselves and really go out there and recruit the families to make it work.
Anybody else?
Again, we talked about it in the first interview. You're comfortable starting K1 and being able to meet the 80 statutory requirements of students. This will be your second school you're opening, be 2 schools you're opening in 2024, correct? Plus the other schools you have. So
Yeah.
can you talk about that again?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the tough choice. We are intentionally choosing K1, even though it's harder for enrollment, it's harder financially, because we think to succeed the most with our model, we want to go small. Now, and we don't want to compromise on that. Now, if, as we look at it, we recognize the risk that, gosh, if we can't do it K1, it'd be a lot easier if we could tell parents we'll enroll your second and third grader also. So this is also not our hill to die on, but we do want to keep our academic promises, and that's why we're so low. I will say, I'm very encouraged, one, by the academic results you all are seeing, and I think that is starting to spread. It's just now starting to filter out to parents. They understand what we're doing. 2, Southwest, just about everything that went wrong could, and we ended up at 125. And so I think, and also this is where we've staffed up to with a full-time recruitment director focusing on it the whole year. Up until now, it's been me. And so we've added capacity behind that. But I do think your point's well taken. It's something for us to focus on.
Explain to me again where this school will be located.
Yep. So it's
I'm looking at the map.
Yep. So if you look at that dot to the far right, and that's right around the Mint Hill area. So it's about 3 miles to the east of Movement School Eastland. It's also pretty near to a couple of major thoroughfares that I think we're also realizing if you locate, closer to major commuter routes, some parents will have the opportunity to drop their kid off on the way.
Is that not more of an affluential area?
It's one place where actually it's growing rapidly as a lot of the families around Movement Eastland are getting pushed a little bit further out.
How far is from UNCC?
It is probably about 5 or 6 miles southeast. So UNCC is like 3 miles north of Sugar Creek, and we're like 3 southeast.
I get a better idea.
Yeah.
Does limiting your initial enrollment to kindergartners and first graders, does that have an impact on your ability to maintain the culture that you've tried to, or you've already established at your current locations, but that you'd like to export to other locations?
Do you want to speak to that, KTT?
Yeah, I mean, I think our students starting at a younger age just really does set them up for success. I talked about earlier how the achievement gap starts at the age 3, so getting them at pre-K, being able to get them engulfed and understand like what learning is about at a very early age really does set them up for success for their life. And that's like truly what we deeply believe. So like that is our goal, to like get them really young. It allows us to close the gaps that if they are coming in with gaps, which our data shows that most of them are, 85% of them are. Therefore, it's easier for us to close those gaps than if we took them at a higher grade. So our goal is to close the gaps very early and quickly to truly set them up for success.
One thing I would add is this is the debate that KTT and I have, I'd probably say on a monthly basis. Would you agree? where we say, hey, financially enrollment, man, could we go K2, K3? and KTT, from her perspective, hey, delivering academically, there's such value to K1. So the tension you're describing is I'd say a healthy one that we continue to debate.
Yes, and ultimately we come down to
KTT wins.
just because like ultimately we do want to do best by children, and we do want to deliver on the promise that we set for our families. And if we know that it's going to be more challenging, we have to consider that. So like while dollars are important, we are in a position where we're financially healthy to get the back end from the organization. And Eric brought this up earlier, like that's a very unique model and a very unique approach to be able to have that much support on the finance end. So if we have that, and that's not necessarily a barrier, then how are we gonna, how do we actually set students up for success? So that is a huge part of our model. I'd rather the foundation kick in whatever they need to kick in to help us get to where we need to be, so that it doesn't compromise kids getting what they deserve.
Have you guys discussed measures of success after kids leave you, and/or levels of support you're trying to offer families once they do leave you, like after 5th grade?
So we don't have data yet to show that, but we do have plans to track that data, of course. So our current 5th graders do go to our middle school, and we're currently at 3rd grade with Eastland. So we'll have to wait until that campus gets to 5th grade to see how many of those students actually do attend our middle school. If we get students from the Eastlands campus that doesn't attend our middle school, then our goal is to keep track of the individuals and their performance.
What's the capacity of the middle school?
Yeah, that's a great question. So right now we do have capacity to fill our middle school because the way that it's designed, the way that is designed right now, how they feed from the Freedom Elementary School, the amount of students that they are able to fill their middle school with 3 of our elementary campuses if we fill it to capacity.
How many I've lost.
How many elementary schools?
If this was approved, how many elementaries?
If this was approved, we will be at 4.
You'd be at 4 with 1 middle school.
Yes.
And they can handle 3.
They can handle 3, yes.
And potentially more. I mean,
Depends on enrollment, attrition, things of that nature, but they should be able to, if we kept every single student.
And then would the goal of that middle school be, because I've seen this in other models, where they stop at 8th grade, to help kids segue to high-performing
high schools, yes.
Of different sorts, like you'd have almost a persistence person to do that and support that pursuit.
Yes. So Jamie actually was taking notes earlier today around working directly with Sugar Creek, because right now we're at 7th grade. That's our highest grade right now. So we have about a year buffer to really figure out how we're gonna get our students to high performing high schools and partner with the local performing high school to get our students.
You have 3 schools operating right now, correct?
Yes.
Freedom, Eastland, and
Southwest.
And Southwest. Mm-hmm.
And now you have an applications for 2 more that'll open up in 2024. So that'd be 5.
Yes.
And one of those.
But we have Northwest, so that's 6.
6 total. By the
6.
time.
So then, out of those 5 schools, the potential of all of them feeding into your Freedom Middle School, I mean, they're gonna be full just like that, right?
So we shouldn't have any enrollment issues with our middle school because of the feeder aspect. They will not be able to house all 5 of our students, right? So
5, it's not 4, it's 5.
Yeah.
5, yes, because Northwest, yeah.
And it would be 4 years from now before they started to hit. And so if we, speaking to Mike, if we, on the middle school side, if we end up in a world where we say, hey, we can't hold all the kids who want to come to middle school there, we have room and time to add on to capacity to that middle school. I think a good discussion we're having, though, is it is that tension between, if we are delivering on what we believe we can at the elementary level and having kids come out, on par with the best schools, on the one hand, I would say mission accomplished, right? The middle school right now, in a way, it's also in beta testing. Each year we run it, we learn, we get better. And if we feel like, we can deliver an amazing elementary and we can deliver an amazing middle school, you're going to see us standing right here saying we're going to do it. I want to stay true to our first promise. And also, if there are other folks who could deliver a better middle school, we would do it. And part of this is because we're in a large urban center. So if we were in a more rural place where there aren't many options, I think you may have that compulsion to say, let's serve kids all the way K through 12. For our students in Charlotte, there are a number of good options, and so we want to try to set them up, for that.
So Freedom goes up to 8th grade right now?
7th.
7th?
Yep.
It's gonna go up to 8.
It will go up to 8th, yeah, because we add a grade a year. And that's part of it. We're planning so small that a lot of these decisions will be made as we get kids ready for middle school.
Any other questions? All right, not hearing any closing remarks.
I think we've spoken plenty for today. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your succinct closing remarks. Discussion with this particular school.
Just again, getting a sense of the capacity, is it Northwest that opened this year? I sort of lost track of all the directions.
Southwest open this year.
Southwest.
Opened this year.
Mhm.
Is there a Northwest
Yes. Northwest opens the school year coming.
in the fall? Right, okay.
I know we've had conversations about two other schools of movement, but is there anything in particular for this school that anyone wants to discuss before we move to talking about Northwestern?
I know that Dave asked about the education plan. I really didn't hear a reference to specific curricular items and programs, but I read about that, the Danielson framework and cultural responsive uncommon schools. The C4 counseling, which you mentioned, the extended day with tutoring. I mean, there are a number of things we didn't touch on. Even the opening of the building to the community, that wherever they land, this is gonna be a shared building that the community can take advantage of, which, just a lot of items there.
Okay, I guess we can close the book on this one.
It's a big book.
Yeah, it's a big book. Going back to, as we said this morning, we will be voting on the 3 movement schools separately after we heard from all 3, so I believe Mr. Friend's got the first school.
Yes, so going back to this morning's discussion regarding Movement School West Charlotte. As a reminder, we have 3 options here today. We can vote to move them forward to State Board for approval, or recommendation from CSAP for approval. We can vote to not move them forward, or we could vote to bring them back for a second interview, which would be next month. Would anyone like to make a motion on Movement School West Charlotte?
Mr. Chair, I move, Heather Parley moves, that we recommend Movement School Northwest Charlotte.
Just
to the
west.
State Board of
West.
Education.
West Charlotte.
I'm sorry, West Charlotte, excuse me, too many directions. I'll start over, Heather Parley moves that we recommend Movement West Charlotte to recommend them to the State Board of Education for review.
I'll second.
Motion second by Mr. Sanchez. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Ashley, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Shelley Bullard. Aye. Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
All right. It is unanimously recommended.
Congratulations.
Yes.
All right, Movement School Raleigh. Now's the time, does anybody have, you've already heard the 3 options that we have. Does anybody have a motion?
make the motion that we move Movement Raleigh, chose that one because there's no directions, right? To the state board, for ready to
Second.
open stats.
Okay, we have a motion to move them forward and a second, any discussion?
When I was reading these applications, I was a little concerned whether this board and their organization had the capacity to open up a school in Raleigh. But after their interview, I'm convinced they got the capacity to do that.
I'm with you, Mr. Machado, and I can tell you that if I looked at this as where the student's gonna be, better served based on the data that we've been shown, I'd rather take a risk on someone new that's moving into an area that's already starting to prove that they have a track record, and let's see where they go. Than I would be to not allow them to give it a shot and students stay where they are, already knowing that they're gonna maybe get more of the same.
I agree with all that. And the people they have on their advisory board would be incredible board members at the local level. I hope that they really do get those people, if and when approved today, on there.
Yeah, I would echo all the sentiments. I shared the same thoughts, Mr. Machado, that you had. I was concerned about not having local presence in Raleigh, but like the advisory board concept, and would encourage this board to think strongly about transitioning some of those folks onto the board at the appropriate time as well.
It strengthened the application too for me when I found out lunches weren't gonna go through the train system.
Hot will be cold and cold will be hot.
Yeah. That would be truly innovative. All right, so we have a, motion and it's been seconded. I think we're ready for roll call.
Alright, Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson.
Aye.
Alright, another unanimous approval.
Congratulations.
You gotta stop and say that each time. All right, I have the next school as well. This is for Movement School Northeast Charlotte. Do we have a motion from this board?
I move that we move Movement School Northeast Charlotte to the State Board of Education for approval.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm also starting to think that the name movement is kind of a subliminal message.
Yeah.
For what we do next. Any discussion on the motion and the second?
And not particular to this school, but just at large. I would say it seems like it makes sense for you to be moving towards the CMO model and getting that kind of squared away in case you come back, or when you come back before us for additional schools. It looks like a CMO, smells like a CMO.
It is.
Yeah, so just I would say button that up and get that done, so.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right. I also, if they come back, I am gonna personally just ask more questions about the students that are now finishing, where they're going, how they're being supported, and whether or not they had enough capacity in their middle school, whether they're extending it. I think this is an organization that can change paradigms regarding what CMOs look like, regarding what for-profit companies could do in the public education space. It's cool to see what they're doing. If they truly want to change communities, they're on the right track, but I do think they're kind of ending a little early in terms of fifth grade and what potential impact they could have. So,
I'm gonna echo that again, and I'm also gonna add in what Mark said. I think maybe their model is that they're very strong and they do well with K-5, but I think most folks that look into educational research, one bad year of instruction can wipe out 2 to 3 years of good instruction. And to know that you don't have some sort of mechanism to ensure that the students who receive such a great education are going to be given the same opportunity that they were given in the leadership that they were under with your organization, whether it's you or someone that you partner with. I would say that's a big topic for this board to be thinking about. How do we finish off what we've invested in so strongly for 6 years?
And the urban area conversation is real in terms of having access to more schools and better resources. That said, about even if you're doing a bang-up job, a large percent will have the opportunity to go to some of the better schools and get enrolled in some of the better schools, and they'll get scholarships and this and that. But there will be a good portion, a very, very sizable portion that, similar to going to college, right? That are your 2.5 GPAs and things like that, that in order to do something post-graduation, or in your case, post-fifth grade, are gonna need support. And otherwise they'll drown and they'll become victims in the same thing you're trying to protect them from, which is going to a local school that's underperforming, and they're not strong enough yet to own their own education and be successful.
Anybody else?
Great points.
Thank you for the good discussion. Ashley, I think we're ready for roll call.
All right, Terry Stoops,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Little Parlay,
Approves.
Shelley Bullard,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Bart Danielson,
Aye.
Jamie oh, that's it.
Aye.
You don't get to vote, Jamie, sorry.
Well,
Um,
congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
And I wanna say this before you guys go, that I did not I wanna make sure I came in with an open mind, but I'm like, I was very concerned about capacity, to be able to not outgrow yourselves. And I can tell you that the presentation and the way that you conducted yourselves today and the passion you have for what you're doing sold me. So, keep up the good work.
Right.
Thank you all for trusting me.
Well
Prove
done.
us right.
All right, we wanna take a very quick 5-minute break before we do renewals.
Yes, we're way ahead of schedule, but we, so, yes, let's take a little break.
So are the schools,
Well,
they
Jenna
here?
will have a renewals report that will take a bit of time, and then hopefully some of the schools will be here a
Okay.
bit early.
yeah, it'd be good to get out before 3:45.
Yeah.
Yeah, would.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes then.
Okay, let me hit the mics.
Go through, and we're gonna start with some of those here this afternoon. So with that, I'm gonna hand it over to Ms. Cook.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Charter School Advisory Board, Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. And today I have the first part of a multi-part renewals presentation. Just really quickly for our cohort 2023, that is the master list of our schools. There are 38 schools that are up for renewal this year. So a big cohort, to say the least. And so the way that we will be doing the renewals presentations this year is a little bit different. Ashley, if you want to go to the next slide. So we have today, I will be presenting the schools with a 10-year placement according to the renewal guidelines, as well as the 7 and 5-year placements. And those 7 and 5-year placements will have school representation here to present, and then also for you all to ask questions of. And we are allotting those schools about 15 minutes of time for their presentation as well as for questions. And then tomorrow we will start to hear from our schools with a 3-year placement. And that will continue into the December meeting. So December, we will hear from the rest of the 3-year presentations. And then in January, any remaining interviews we will have in January, as well as school business will come to present a comprehensive report on the school finances, as well as you all be voting in January. So you have before you a pretty bulky packet, but hopefully it's just to provide you with some comprehensive data on the schools, as well as a place to keep your own notes, so that when we get to January you feel informed and can remind yourself of how you were listening when you get there. So a place to keep your notes, keep your ideas on recommendations or questions that you had about that school, so when you get to voting in January, you can keep track of that. They are in order of how they will be presented to you. So that's what that packet is for. Just as a reminder, so for the renewal guidelines, I'll go over them again, each one, before I present to you the schools. But the 10-year renewal is statutory, and that is that the school has no current significant compliance issues. They have financially sound audits for the last 3 years, and their academic outcomes have been comparable to the local school administrative unit in the last 3 years, or they've exceeded growth in the last 3 years. So in this presentation, I'll present to you a slide for each school that compares the school to those 3 bullets, and then I'll also just present some additional information. So information on their school grade, enrollment, subgroup performance, things like that. As far as academic comparability data, just as a reminder, I shared this with you in the preview. We do have limited academic comparability when it comes to the last 3 years. So the data that I am presenting to you is from 17-18, 18-19, and 21-22. Of course, we don't have data from 19-20, and then the 2021 data was not to be used for accountability purposes. Again, you may hear schools presenting their 2021 data, as I've encouraged them. If that makes a great case for them to get a longer renewal, then absolutely bring it to you, but I'm not going to be presenting that on my end. And then just as we head into the interviews, when we get to the 7 or 5 year placements, just a reminder, those schools will have 15 minutes. And then when we get into those 3 years, we have allotted 30 minutes of time for more questions from you all. And then in front of you, you have those school data packets, as long as the note templates. And then Ashley shared with all of you a master spreadsheet. If it's more helpful for you to look at the group as a whole, you can use that spreadsheet as well to look at the data. It's all the data, same data in different places, but whatever is easiest for you to look at to help make your and guide your decisions. And with that, I will jump into our 10-year placements, unless you have any questions. Bruce?
Yeah, it's just that maybe a couple clarifications. So when you're sending out, when you say this school is, it's really not recommended for it's not that the Office of Charter Schools is recommending a school for 7 or 5 or 10. You've simply taken their data, applied it against the rubric, and this is where they fall.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where I've just compared the guidelines and put them in a placement. But absolutely, you all will be making the recommendation. I've just placed them in a category compared to the guidelines that I've seen, but I'm not recommending necessarily. So these 10-year placements, which I'm using the word placement, is because compared to the statutory requirements, these schools meet that 10-year.
And so for those that may not have went through this last year, and I think I have years of experience doing this, but I don't, but our role at CSAB is really to, we can accept that placement, or we can decide we want it to be lower or higher, and that would be that's the decision that we're gonna make, that we would then recommend to the state board, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So you're not approving what I'm saying. You all would be making the recommendation for how long the renewal should be.
I will also add that, so for these 10-year placements, this is obviously a statutory, this is the only renewal term that's in statute. However, as you know, the financial school business presentation will not be until January, so this is based on the information we have now. Should anything change pending that financial review that will take place in January, we're just kind of keeping everybody, making it very transparent that could change these placements and whether a school meets those guidelines. And then I would also say, because this is such a large, it's 38 schools, cohort, that we will need to also present to the state board. It will be very helpful for any schools that, are kind of asking or advocating for different placements, that it's very clear in, among discussion why your board is recommending that placement. It will make it easier for us to bring all 38 to the state board.
Ashley, I know we're not voting until January, are we voting individually with schools or as a?
Usually what the board decides to do is vote on like all the 10 years and then all the 7 years. So you can decide what you'd like to do in January. It also depends on it seems like we don't have any recusals this year. Last year we had a lot of recusals. So it just depends on, if there's any recusals as well.
There will be some recusals.
Yes.
Okay.
I know that there was, and I don't know how to phrase this, but I know that there's been some pushback on how recommendation can be made for individual schools, but I think you've made it clear that these recommendations are based on legislation, not what we want or what we think it should be, right?
Well,
Can you speak to that?
Yes, for the 10 years, that is the one that's based on legislation, because that's the only one in legislation. But for the 3, 5, and 7 years, that is based on the guidelines that were, presented earlier, and that is in policy. So again, the word is guideline, so it's not a hard and fast, there's no rubric or anything like that. But we do, it is helpful to just have your discussion and your reasoning for renewal terms, in session, so we can understand them.
So just in layman's terms, you either qualify as 10-year or you don't.
Exactly.
But we have the latitude to move someone from 5 to 7 or 7 to 5, 3 to 5, 5 to, we have that latitude.
Exactly, yep,
We don't have the latitude to move someone from 7 to 10,
correct.
because if they were 10, they would already be.
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, they have to meet that. And this year is, we have several 3 years this year in particular, because we have so little data. So as Jenna stated, several of these schools, there's missing data from the pandemic, and they might have grade levels that just started to test, so that makes it even harder. So we've, to be conservative, we've placed some of the, most of those at 3 years, and then of course they can come and present their case if they feel like they deserve a higher term.
I have 2 questions, if I can.
Sure.
First, so right now there's no placement for a non-renewal. Is that what I'm hearing?
There is a non-renew on the guidelines.
There is, okay.
Yeah, if you,
And
non-renewal or assumption is in the guidelines.
is there any schools that have fallen into that category?
Well, I have 2, yes.
Now, to Mr. Friend's question earlier, if we have a school that's a 7 and we want to recommend a 10, we have the right to do that, isn't that correct?
I believe the statute says unless one of the 3 apply.
Okay.
So, and the 3 are like non-comparable outcomes. And again, it's current significant. So I think definitions of that could potentially be up for debate. And then the financially sound audits, that one we'll hear from in January. But again, this says that it says that they shall be recommended for a 10-year unless one of these three applies, what the statute says.
So if there's one as a 7, the reason I didn't go in a 10 placement is for one of the criteria that
Yes.
we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
And particularly for R7s, it's because I'm missing academic data.
And I have one more question, and you might have said this, so I just want to make, so we're gonna get these throughout the next few board meetings, since there's a lot of them. Say there's a 5 that we think should be a 7, do we bring that up during the board meeting? Do we do it offline? Do we, when it eventually gets voted, when do we make that recommendation that whatever criteria you're using, and we say, actually, that should be a 5 instead of a 7, or it should be a 7 instead of 5? When do we have that conversation with the board?
So for example, when we have like an interview today, if there's an interview,
Yeah.
for example, and they argue, well, we think we, should have this renewal term, you could definitely ask them questions and have that discussion with them during the interview, and then I would also suggest doing it before you vote.
But when do we tell staff, like, when does that process take place of moving somebody from a 5 to 7, 7,
That's
5?
the final vote, right?
Yeah, we won't necessarily move it until the board, votes.
So I think to James' point, I think we can have that conversation now and make notes.
Okay.
But when it gets to the day of voting, after all the presentations have been done, I think that's when we make the recommendation to staff to, each individual school will get voted.
Would it make more sense, I get that, but would it make more sense for us to have that before that slate comes? Because if we're here the day of in January, when's that vote? January?
January, yes.
Where somebody's like, I think this should be a 5, and then we're just moving things around. I think that get a little chaotic.
Why are we doing them like a lump? Didn't we
Wait.
used to do as they came up, or no?
We're,
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
it as a lump.
The
We're
voting?
doing everything in January on the votes?
No, we're doing all the votes in January because we will not have the financial information to give you until January. So, and if we were to start in January, we would be here, you would not be able to vote until, several months.
Yeah, I understand, I think, Jamie, where you're getting at, I think it's, and this is complete hypothetical, but if, for example, we're gonna hear about some five-year, once upon the 5-year category today. I mean, I do think if we review it and listen to, and say, I'd want to voice today that,
Yeah.
Yes.
wow, I think actually this might be 7, but we're not voting that until
Yeah.
January, but I'd also think we want to state that today, because I might say, I think they should be a 7, and that gives you a little bit more research to come back to me and say, actually, I understand why you feel that way, but here's, so
Yeah.
there's a little bit of, a little bit more time to do homework, I guess.
Yeah, you
So
guys
you're
can
putting it out
absolutely
there,
make
but
those
it's, yeah.
suggestions and
I
discussions.
appreciate the organization of this to remember those conversations.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
thank you.
Do we have a hard copy of the framework?
Of the guidelines, I don't think so. I can try to print those.
So I guess to follow up on my question real quick
Oh, yeah.
is, if there's a 5-year
Uh-huh.
that comes up today, and everybody is like, yeah, this should be maybe a 7, or there's a 7 that comes up and we're like, it probably should be a 5. Do we just state that, and then you take a note of
Yes.
that, and then, I know we didn't vote on it, so where really is the procedure of moving that from one bucket to another bucket?
I think, yeah, I think you can state it today, just, like Bruce said, you can state it during their interview or during the process, and then we can, that would give us time to kind of evaluate what your thinking is. I just think it's really important that the discussion and the thinking behind these terms is made here in open session, so that everybody's aware of what the thinking is. Yeah.
That's why if the majority of people feel like one should move one way or the other, I think as long as we document that.
Yeah.
If there's concern about moving down, I would imagine that there needs to be documentation to support that. I think moving up, if people are agreeing with that, I don't know that requires as much investigation as it does to move someone down. Do you agree?
Yeah.
I think we gotta be, the other thing we gotta add to here is a layer of consistency, I think.
Yes.
is
Yeah.
that,
It does, yeah.
You know, we're recommending, so, the guidelines say it's a 5, but we debate that we decide it should be 7. Okay, that's fine, we have our rationale, but we gotta be really careful that that same rationale doesn't apply to another school that didn't,
Exactly.
So am
so
I,
take copious notes. how you do it.
Yes.
did we get bit in the butt like by doing what I think used to happen, which was like you vote on it and it's conditional upon a clean audit? Is that why? Like,
That's just, I think school business would like to provide more information than perhaps, and so we need that time, and also it's just such a big, cohort.
Okay.
That it didn't necessarily require as much time for them to kind of do their due diligence, and now it requires more time.
take copious notes.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've got a question
Uh-huh.
concerning the non-renewal. I see a list here. Is this all the above apply to be non-renewal, or any of the above, any of these items apply?
What list are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at, it's in, what's it called? It's a,
The guidelines.
The
He's looking at
guidelines?
The guidelines,
yeah, I'm looking at the guidelines, and I see
Us-
non-renewals, which obviously, you know,
Yeah.
that's a really hard one to do.
Right.
You know, but, so I see 4 different boxes. Do all 4 boxes have to be checked before that's a non-renewal, or is one of the 4, if one of the 4 is checked, that's a non-renewal?
There's nothing requiring all 4 boxes to be checked, but I would say in almost every case, there's been at least 2 of those boxes.
Okay.
Yeah, rarely is a school non-renewed just for one of those.
But
It's
there's an
usually,
element of judgment in here as to how
Exactly.
many boxes is sufficient.
exactly.
Okay.
And I will say, like me personally reviewing the data, it's very hard to fit it for all of these other than the 10 years. It's very hard to fit a school perfectly into one box, which is why you all have that decision-making power.
Actually, for clarification purposes, how many times has, maybe in the past few years, that CSAT has been doing this process, moved a school that wasn't in an area where it was recommended to be?
I think, Dave might know better, but I think in most cases, there's usually maybe at least one school that is changed around.
So it's not like as we're talking about making copious notes and stuff like that, normally the data is so clear that the recommendation usually goes with what the evidence states.
We had a school came in last year. That was maybe a 5-year, and they showed their subgroup data that they were really doing very well, and I think CSAT voted for a 7 or money. It's very seldom,
Yeah.
maybe,
Rare event.
yes.
Okay.
7 and 5 years are in the guidelines you can see are very similar. So those, I feel like, those are usually where we have the most kind of wiggle room in terms of, you know, you interview, you speak to the board, you speak to the school leader, and kind of make your best judgment on to whether a 5 or a 7 is the best renewal term.
Thank you.
Okay. So easy.
So
Yeah,
easy.
it's a lot, that's a lot.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and go with our tenure. And so, as we've stated a couple of times, so the requirements for the 10-year statutory renewal is that the school has no current significant compliance issues, financially sound audits for the last 3 years, and their academic outcomes have been comparable to the local school administrative unit for the last 3 years, or they've exceeded growth. And comparability has been defined as within 5% of the LEA composite score. So that's what these schools are being compared to. The first school that I have listed for you is Tiller School. They are a K-5 school in Carteret County. Last year they had 192 students. And you'll see for each school, you'll see this first slide will compare them to the statute. And so with their academic comparability in 21-22, they were 6 percentage points above the LEA. In 18-19, 7 above, 17-18, 13 above. We do not know of any current compliance issues, and we are not aware of any current issues with their financial standing. On the next slide, you can see their school performance. So they have remained at a B since 2018. For academic growth, they have not met growth any of those years. And then you'll see listed their grade level proficiency, their enrollment numbers. And then previously, Tiller School was granted a 10-year charter agreement, so they are coming up on their next renewal. For that subgroup performance, just for your all's information, when you see these slides, if you see NA, that's because the number of students tested was less than 10, so that data is masked. So that doesn't mean there aren't students enrolled there, it just means that the number tested was less than 10, so that data is masked. And that is Tiller School. All right, you want to move on?
Yeah, I mean, I think these that are 10 years, it's statutory. They
Yeah.
meet the rubric. So
Yep, cool. I'll keep rolling.
It's really not up for us to have discretion.
All right. Willow Oak Montessori is a K-8 school in Chatham County. They had 266 students last year. Their academic comparability was above the LEA for the previous 3 years of data. We're not aware of any compliance issues, also not aware of any financial issues. And then on the next slide, you can see their school performance. They were at a C last year, a B in 2019, and a C in 2018. This is their first renewal, so they'll be up for their very first renewal this year. The next school is Pinnacle Classical, a K-12 school in Cleveland County. They have just over 1,000 students. They were above the LEA in all 3 years of presented data. We are not aware of compliance issues. We are not aware of any current issues with their financial standing. In 22, they were at a B. 2019, they were at a B. In 2018, they were at a C. Again, this school is up for its first renewal. So its previous charter agreement was 10 years, but that was granted to them when they opened. NC Leadership Charter Academy, K-12 school in Forsyth County with 1,080 students, significantly above the LEA in their performance, particularly in 21-22, but also you can see that data in 18-19 and 17-18. We are not aware of any compliance or financial issues at this time. They have consistently performed at a B since 2018, and another school that is up for their first renewal. Falls Lake Academy is a K-12 school in Granville County. They have over 1,000 students, also pretty significantly above their LEA. One minor compliance issue is that they had a beginning teacher support plan audit in 2021. They had 2 findings out of 74, which is pretty minor. We have some schools in the 20 findings. So we did not consider that to be a significant compliance issue, but I did want to note, and we are not aware of any significant financial issues. Falls Lake also consistently at a B, and then also up for their first renewal this year. Next we have Oxford Preparatory. They are a K-12 school in Granville County, 806 students. They have performed above the LEA in the 3 years that we're comparing, and no significant compliance or financial issues. They were at a B this past year, a C in 2019, and then a B in 2018, and again, up for their first renewal. Next, we have Summerfield Charter Academy, a K-8 school in Guilford County, 775 students last year. Again, significantly above the LEA, no compliance issues, no financial issues. And then notably for Summerfield, they have exceeded growth every year since 2018. And then they performed at a B in 2022, an A in 2019, and a B in 2018. Again, a school that is up for its first renewal. Next, we have Langtree Charter Academy. So Langtree is a K-12 school in Mooresville City. This one is slightly, you see city there because we compared them to the city for the LEA instead of the county school because they are within city limits. And then this school was above the LEA in 21-22, 8% above. In 2018-2019, they were 1.4 percentage points below the LEA, but that's within that 5%. So that's why it's a minus, but they are within that 5%. So that's why they're so in this 10-year. And then in 17-18, they were 2.5 percentage points below. No current significant compliance or financial issues. And then you can see their school performance grades. And then again, another school up for their first renewal. Queens Grant Community is a K-12 school in Mecklenburg County with 1,200 students. They were above the LEA in all 3 years that we're comparing. No compliance issues that we know of and no financial issues that we know of. Their school performance last year was a C and pre-pandemic was at a B. This school was previously granted a 7-year charter renewal when they were up for renewal last. Next, we have Island Montessori. This school is a K-8 school in New Hanover County. They have 202 students. In 21-22, they were 4% below. 2018-19, they matched the LEA, and then 17-18, they were 4 percentage points below. No current compliance issues, and we're not aware of any financial issues. 2022, they were at a C for school performance, and this school is up for their first renewal. And then we have the Expedition School. They're a K-8 school in Orange County with 353 students. They were pretty significantly above the LEA in all 3 years that we're comparing with no compliance or financial issues. And then the Expedition School performed at a B in 2022, and then pre-pandemic we're at an A and then a B. And again, up for its first renewal. Uwari Charter Academy is a K-12 school in Asheboro City, so they are part of Asheboro City Schools as opposed to Buncombe County? Randolph County, sorry. And then they have 1,700 students. For their academic comparability, they were 5 above last year, 4 above in 18-19, and 2 above in 17-18 compared to the city schools. Their financial standing, they did have an audit finding from their 2020 audit, but appropriate action was taken. That audit finding was closed in December of 21, and then I spoke to school business, and they would consider all of their audits to be sound. They do not consider this to be a big issue. And then this school in particular, they were at a D last year, so they are on the 2021-2022 low performing list. I still place them with that tenure because in the statute there is there's nothing that says anything about being a low performing school, so that's why you still see them in this category. They are the only school that is in this 10-year group that is also on the low performing list. So something to note, but it's also not in statute that they can't be low performing, so that's why you see them in this group. They are up for their first renewal. Next, we have Southeastern. They are a K-8 school with 220 students in Robeson County. Again, another school significantly above the LEA. We're not aware of compliance or financial issues. They have exceeded growth every year, which I think is notable for them. And then they were at a B last year, and then an A pre-pandemic. Another school that is up for their first renewal. And Longleaf is our last 10-year that I'm going to be bringing up to you today. So they're a 9 through 12, so a high school in Wake County. I left off. They have 369 students in their school last year. They were 2 percentage points below Wake County last year, and then above the LEA in 18-19 and 17-18, and we're not aware of any compliance or financial issues. They've been consistently at a B and meeting growth each year. They are up for their first renewal this year. So that concludes our group. There are 14 schools that I just presented to you today that we believe fall within that tenure. Does anybody have any questions, or is there any school that you all would like to bring in to speak with, since we did not bring any of the 10-year schools in?
I mean, if there was gonna be any school, I guess it would be, Ori. But again, they meet the statutory requirements for 10 years, so
Yeah.
we could bring them in, but there's nothing they're gonna say that changes the fact that they meet the statutory requirements for 10-year. And we don't have the ability to recommend them for anything other than 10-year, correct?
Correct,
So-
this is shall.
I do think.
I don't know
Go ahead.
that, I don't know what bringing them in it won't change anything.
I think it would inform us, we have the responsibility of oversight, and they've had 3 years of not meeting growth. And they're a low-performing school. I don't think that I would want to renew them for 10 years without hearing their plan, school improvement plan, get off the low-performing list.
I don't disagree.
I don't know that much
I
about-
agree. I guess I'm being ultra pragmatic and just saying whatever they say doesn't change the placement, unfortunately.
But it informs us, otherwise we really don't know.
I wonder if, that's not a part of this process, since it is statutory, at least maybe after this is all done, bringing them in and asking them to do a presentation. Cause I don't think it's gonna change anything with what we do right now, and, I know that once we get through the process, there's time maybe to be a little bit more attentive to what their plan is, and maybe some other schools fall into that category too, that we might see outside of it.
Would we be doing that anyway with some low-performing and continually low-performing? Only if they were up for renewal? Is that the only time?
No, we usually have all the low-performing and CLP schools come before you, because there's so many. This year, we'll see how many we can get in, but
Yes.
I'm a little confused. I don't know if it's legal or whatnot, but I always thought that these were frameworks by which we had some level of discretion. They're
They-
complete statutory.
just the tenure,
Just tenure.
just the tenure.
I think that we can find a time on the agenda in the future to bring them in. I don't
What
know
is
if these-
no current significant compliance issues? What does that mean? Is there an academic component to that?
No, for renewal purposes, we are focusing on like operational, governance, financial.
Okay, and then academic outcomes, so they were, maybe I didn't note that. How do they compare to the LEA?
So in 21-22, they were 5 percentage points above. In 18-19, they were 4 percentage points above, and then 17-18, they were 2 percentage points above. And if it's helpful to know, I did originally compare them to the county, and they were also comparable to the county LEA as well as the city LEA.
Can you go back to the slide?
Go up one.
You meet the requirement.
Right?
I think we bring them in during the low-performing discussions.
Yes, I think so too.
But let me ask, to what purpose?
To inform us as to their plan, what they're doing about their low-performing status. It's not CLP yet?
No, it's just low performing, just 1 year.
This is the first year, so to qualify for local performing, you would have to earn a D, and this year they earned a D. The years prior to the pandemic, they were at a C.
Okay, but didn't meet growth for those 2 years.
But let me ask this, I'm asking because I'm completely ignorant of how this works. If they got another D next year, would they be coming in anyway under some sort of normal, I mean, this isn't gonna change the 10-year issue, and would they fall under some other oversight element, or do they never get oversight if they've got their 10 years?
Well, no, even if a school has a 10-year term, or any renewal term for that matter, if they are low performing or continually low performing, they have specific, like, oversight kind of things they have to do. per state law, like they have to have a school improvement team, they have to have a school improvement plan. We usually bring the schools up to give presentations just to keep you informed. So, you know, sometimes schools come and we feel great about the trajectory they're on, and other times it might open up some red flags of things that we feel like they need support on. So,
if we saw another school other than this one, because there were 10 years, that is up for a 5-year renewal, we think is in the 5-year category, and they had 2 Cs and a D, would we want to bring them in also? Are we gonna bring everybody that's got a D?
well,
Is that the issue?
no, so you will see all the schools that are not getting a 10-year recommendation. So all these, any school.
All the others will show up anyway.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
We just, 10 years, we usually don't take the time to interview because they statutorily will get that term. Yeah.
I get that.
So if I understand this correct, with Dave's point that he made earlier, that there was a school last year that utilized subgroup data to demonstrate that they were comparable to the LEA and thus got a higher renewal amount of years, what, 7 or 10 or?
They didn't get a 10, I believe they went from
7, I think.
from 5 to a 7.
Does that, are we doing that analysis with this school? Because then that would still fall into the statute, right? Like, to see if they're academically comparable in their subgroup data. I just think if you're low performing, you haven't met growth in your last 3 times, it should be scrutinized further than just, and I know you did the county, but can we do subgroup data?
That would be up to this board, how you.
Would it meet the
traditionally-
statutory requirement, I guess, is or is that not
Let me
aligned
pull
with
up
the statute?
You can go back a few slides and see what the statute says, and unfortunately, this isn't addressed in the statute. It meets all the checkboxes for getting a 10-year renewal.
So what it says in the statute is, the state board shall renew a charter upon the request of the entity for periods of 10 years unless one of these things applies. And so in terms of academic outcomes, it says has not been comparable to the academic outcomes of students in the local LEA. To my knowledge, CSAP has always used composite, like grade level proficiency. So if you could, go and, talk about subgroups, and we just don't have that specificity in the statute.
I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we were looking at saying, well, number 2 here, we have some discretion as to how we interpret that. We're looking at comparable students in the LEA, and therefore there's a reason to bring this school in to examine that kind of information. But
Let me ask you this question. I probably should know this, but let's say the school's low performing again this school year.
I get it.
Two years in a row being low performing, what does that do to their status?
Well, it's not going to change the renewal term because you're voting on the renewal term this year. So it would change them to continually low performing, but, those are different conversations.
Right, there would eventually be accountability for the continuing low performing status, and it's
But not with-
irrespective of the renewal.
And, a lot of these, because of the way that we used to grant charters, or the state board used to grant charters in terms of 10, which meant like you got an application, you got a 10-year term off the bat. Some of these schools are coming in that have been CLP for a very long time, and they have had a 10-year renewal. Because, just for reference, that's why we give 5-year terms to start out.
So this sounds like business for another day. There's really nothing at this point outside of the statute that can be done.
Yeah, I think I sit here and say it makes you feel good about their performance, both school letter grade as well as academic growth, because you would look at that and say, that's a 10-year renewal, right? Question mark. But the statute reads a certain way, so if we don't like it, we gotta change the statute. I don't think we have the ability to not follow the statute.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is not necessarily, to spend time on them as much as if we're going to entertain conversations and potentially be persuaded by subgroup data, then that means the subgroup data only can create mobility to go up. It won't be used to scrutinize schools to potentially go down. And to me, there's a consistency issue there. Now, if it's not gonna be used at
I don't know
all,
if that's necessarily the case. If you have a school that's a 7-year and it has poor subgroup data, there's the flexibility of being able to move it because it's on the policy right now where this is statutory, right? So I think below a 10, you're correct about a 10, but I don't know that that's the case with a 7 and a 5 and a 3.
Yeah, I just did a quick scan of, again, those that qualify for 10. You know, I'm looking at ones right now, the academic comparability data is minus 2.5, minus 1.4. Hasn't met academic growth for the last 3 years. Don't get me wrong, they've already, raises the question mark about a 10-year. But if we're gonna apply subgroup data to them, then we need to apply subgroup data to every one of these other 10-year schools. Cause there would be some of them that we might call into question as well, I
but
guess.
this is the only low-performing school in the 10 years.
Understand.
I mean, it's the only one. So, I mean, I guess for me, and I'm not sure, like, I would literally just stop talking if you're saying that the statute says you can't use subgroup data to determine whether academic outcomes are comparable. If you said that or whoever, then I'll just stop talking with this.
The statute says that's what we have to look at for 10 years. Where we can use subgroup data is if there's between a 3, a 5, and a 7, we feel that there's subgroup data warrants them going up or them going down. But as far as a 10-year, that's what we have statutorily, that's what we're required to look at.
But when I read that statute, it doesn't say to me that, what it says is it's gotta be comparable to the academic outcomes of students in the local school, but that doesn't say it has to be comparable to the outcome of the average student or all of the students in aggregate. If you've got a school that's teaching students who are likely, a demographic that is going to score more poorly, it's not clear to me that necessarily says you can't make that comparison. It just talks about students, it doesn't say which students.
But it says what it says.
I agree it says what it says, but what it doesn't say is which students. It doesn't say this particular set of students.
We have to go by
Then
what
we
it says.
Then we need to be prepared to do subgroup data on every one of these applications, because there's that, what is it, 5%, you said? I mean, we've got schools that are getting recommended for 10 years, have not had 3 years of growth, and for 2 of the 3 years have not, who are only comparable because we've defined comparable as within 5%. What if we dig into those subgroup data and it's not 5%, it's 20% different for this subgroup, or 10% for this subgroup? I understand this is only when it's low performing, but where do we stop? I don't think
I would
anyone likes
encourage-
it. I think that's the one thing we're all agreeing on. None of us feel great about. I don't want to put words in people's
It's a
mouths.
pretty bad headline.
I don't feel great about.
Yeah, it's a
This
pretty
is a
bad
10-year.
headline. A school that hasn't met growth in their last 3 times and is low performing gets a 10-year.
Well, then they should change the statute.
Well, that's the point of the conversation.
Well, I think that is something, again, if there's nothing outside of this board making a recommendation for legislation to review that statute, and maybe, we'll see, I'd like to see what the discussion is at the state board on a school like this that comes to them. Because, if we're gonna sit here and say our hands are tied by a statute, then, at some point in time, if it makes us unhappy, we're supposed to be the representation for the charter schools of North Carolina. I mean, someone else should be taking a look at that, because it doesn't feel comfortable sending something like that forward, but, I don't know what where you draw the lines, Bruce is saying. I mean, at some point in time, someone else above my pay grade is gonna have to take a look at that and tell us that they don't agree with it too.
To be clear, if you made $1, you'd be above your pay grade right now.
I know. What was that?
If anything, the takeaway, if anybody from that community is watching this broadcast, I hope they understand that the position this puts us in as a board is we have to make recommendations based on statute. I think they need to know that they're on notice for it's time to do some work.
That's why we bring them back during our low performing discussion. I do want to say that your RE is one of our oldest schools. It is a very good school. They got some work to do, but it's one of our better schools in the state. But they do have some academic work to do.
So what I'm hearing, I think, is to bring it back, is to bring them in during the low performing school discussion.
Right.
Move along.
Next.
So next we have our 7-year placements. And so for these schools, actually, should I make sure that they're here? Is it down in the room? Okay, great. Wait, there. Okay, so for these schools, what I will do is I will present the data just like I did for the 10-year school. And then right after I present that school's data, I will invite them to come up and then they will give their presentation. So we'll kind of alternate between me talking and them talking. Alright. Alright, so the first school that we have here for you today is Ascend Leadership Academy, Lee County. They are a 6 through 12 school. They had 460 students last year, and they are located in Lee County. Their academic comparability data for 21-22 was 4 above the LEA, 18-19 was right at the LEA, and then we do not have data for 17-18 for Ascend. They do not have any current compliance issues, and OCS is not aware of any current financial issues. Their school performance data, they were at a D in 2019, and then they were at a C in 2022. I do want to note when I was reviewing their information, they were the only school that moved off of the low performing list in 2022. So that was a school that I had previously had labeled as low performing and took them off of that list. They met growth in 2022 and did not in 2019. They are up for their first renewal this year, but they were granted that 5-year, and you'll see that consistent pattern of the schools that had initial 5 years don't have gaps in data. So at this time, I would like to invite the board and the school leadership from Ascend to come up and we'll present the presentation.
Just if I may, a reminder to all of our guests here today, we have 15 minutes. We are gonna stick to that, so if I have to, don't mean to cut you off, but we got a lot of schools to go through.
Thank you, no worries. Well, good afternoon. My name is Justin Smith. I'm the Managing Director of the Leadership Academy. And I am fortunate to have some other members here. I'm gonna let them introduce themselves, but then I'll lead the presentation if that's okay.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Jason Smith. I'm the chairman of the school board.
Greg Scott, I'm on board and service treasurer.
Damian Perez, Director of Operations and Culture.
All right, wonderful. Like I said, I'm Justin Smith. I've been fortunate to be involved with Ascend for the last 5 years, from the founding of the school till now. And I am grateful to be here this morning to speak with you today. Definitely grateful to the advisory board for having us, giving us the opportunity to speak with you about our school and the ability to speak with you before making a decision on our renewal. Also, would like to thank the Office of Charter School for all their support throughout this process. They've been very receptive and helpful with everything as far as this goes, and we're grateful to them as well. So yeah, like was said before, we are a charter school here in Sanford, North Carolina. I don't know how many people know where that is, but we're in Lee County, and a large majority of our students come from Harnett County and Lee County. Actually, most of our students come from Harnett County, probably, I think about 54%, and then the other, about 45% come from, Lee County. And then we also serve 6 counties total, Harnett, Lee, Chatham, Moore, Wake, and Cumberland. So we have students coming from all parts of that area, and we bus quite a few from Harnett and Lee County into us to come to school with us. Currently, we have about 460, when we started school, we had 460 students, and in grades 6 through 12, with a large majority of them coming from middle school. And we serve grades 6 through 12, and we have the opportunity to have our first graduating class this year, the class of 2023, so we're definitely excited about that. And we actually had a couple of our first two students get accepted to college this week, or this previous week. So we're preparing for graduation in May and moving towards the next milestone of our school. So we're excited about that. We also have the ability to serve a lot of military families. About over 150 of our students are military connected in some capacity with our proximity to Fort Bragg in the Spring Lake Fayetteville area. And a lot of our families come from that Cameron, Spring Lake area in Harnett County on the 87 corridor, and we're able to serve that many military families as well. And that's something that we take seriously as well, and we try to accommodate those families as much as we can also. Very quickly, you can see our mission was on the previous slide. I won't read it to you, but we do have specific core programs that I want to mention very, very quickly, and I'm going to stay within your time frame, I promise. But project-based learning is at the core of that. We do a lot. Our teachers spend a lot of time preparing projects. We actually have a Late Start Wednesday program where we collaborate, which is one of our core values, collaborate weekly on project work. Mr. Perez is here. He's our Director of Operations, but before that, he was a 7th grade science teacher. And one of the projects, an example would be where he did a water impairment project with students. The whole idea behind project-based leadership, which is a core program of ours, is that students are obviously learning the curriculum, whatever it may be, but also taking that curriculum and applying it to the local community. So with this project with water impairment, they studied different streams, different waterways in Lee County, Harnett County area, and then they talked about ways that they could prevent pollution, and then they presented to the Soil and Water Conservation on their findings, and they were able to give them feedback on their ideas. So that's an example of project-based leadership at work. We also have like a Shark Tank project for our 9th grade English students who are learning persuasive writing. And we get people from the community come in, business owners from the community come in, where they're presenting their project and they're trying to persuade them to invest. So examples of project-based leadership in action are there, and that's what we try to do at ALA, and we spend a lot of time working on developing through project-based learning at ALA. We also believe in digital media. All of our students take digital media classes from grade 6 through 12th grade. And in digital media, they learn audio video production, they learn graphic design, animation, from 6th grade all the way to 12th grade, and we scaffold it up to their senior project, which our seniors are participating in now, where they're taking their digital media and leadership skills and they're applying it to a local organization. So they're actually our seniors are doing internships currently, where they're in the local community. They're identifying a problem with that nonprofit organization, or like we have one that's with a law firm, and they're identifying, an issue that organization has, and they're trying to solve that by using their own digital media and leadership skills. At the end of it all, they'll have a presentation of learning, they'll have a portfolio, they'll write a research paper, all those things as their culminating event for the digital media aspect of their program. And then finally, our RAISE leadership curriculum is a part of our Ascend Leadership Academy. RAISE stands for Respect, Accountability, Integrity, Service, and Excellence. All of our middle school students take a 20-minute class on that daily. Our high school students have a class once a week where they learn about these different values. And then, currently right now, they're doing service, and they're participating in a service learning project where they're raising funds for the Salvation Army Angel Tree, and each advisory group buys gifts for the student or the child that they're assigned. And it's it's like a project-based learning event for that aspect of our curriculum. Okay, all right. So I know you're here for the data, but I always like to give a kind of a holistic aspect of our school, and that's what we are. As mentioned before, to give you a little bit of context, we started in 2018-19 with 6th and 7th grade students. At the end of that year, we didn't perform as well as I would have liked us to perform. And we were on the low performing list. And then in 1920, everybody kind of knows what happened in 1920. We did not test. COVID happened in March. It didn't have any data then. But ever since the 18-19 school year, we've worked very, very hard to rectify a lot of those issues. Coming to the 2021 season, school year, where we performed at a level that is more appropriate for our school. I give a lot of the credit to our teachers, our other administrative staff, where we really worked hard, specifically on reading, as you can see here, in comparison to our both Harnett and Lee County. I provided both of them for you, where we were with reading well above both Harnett and Lee in that respect when it comes to proficiency. Math is our area of focus, and even though we made a great deal of gains in math in this previous school year, we still have a lot of work to do, specifically in our higher level math courses. But we still did outperform Harnett and Lee County, but not at the difference that we would like to see. And then you go to 8th grade science. 8th grade science there is on par, a little bit above as well. So for our middle school EOGs, you can see that kind of comparison there. Since we worked so hard on reading, and our reading team, and our humanities teachers and our English teachers have worked very, very hard on implementing specific programs to improve literacy at our school. You can see the gains there, and that we made an impact on our overall proficiency in comparison to Harnett and Lee County. We also serve high school students as we are a 6 through 12 school. And as you can see there, one of the areas of focus for us as an administrative team is our higher level math, both Math 1 and Math 3. It was not a good year for Math 3 last year when it comes to proficiency. And when I get to the next slide, you'll see the trends there. But it gives you an idea of where we are. In the high school courses, all the areas of focus for us going forward. And when I get to our strategies and goals, you'll see that also. You go to the next slide, you can see our trends from 2021 to 21-22. As you know, 2021, we were, in blended learning for a little bit, and remote learning for a little bit, and then brought students back, I believe, in March on campus, so that chose to come back. And as you compare that to last year, we made a great deal of gains proficiency-wise when it comes to the various tests there. And as was mentioned, we were on the low-performing list prior to, and we're able to get off after the 21-22 school year, mainly because of a lot of these gains here. The biggest area of concern is Math 3. Like I said, it was a tough year there, but everywhere else, the data is positive, and we're making the progress that we need to make. My favorite slide is our growth here. We're definitely very proud of a lot of the growth our students are making. Last year we were able to meet growth and exceed growth in reading, which I was very, very pleased about, and I know our staff was as well. And then when it comes to math, we did not meet growth in that area. And the data shows it was our higher level math courses which we're focusing on, and made some changes this year so that we can ensure that those students meet growth as well, because that's very, very important to me and our staff. When it comes to subgroup data, we met growth in every area, in every subgroup. And our goal going forward is definitely to exceed growth in everything, as I'm sure it should be for every school. But in previous years, that hadn't necessarily been the case. We've done a lot of great work here, and we're working towards meeting growth with all of our subgroups, and then in all the different academic areas except for math. So our plan, we have a lot with our plan here. We have our strategic plan, is what we're focusing on for sure. That's very far away, I can't see that, but I'll go to my own paper here. But specifically, doing a lot of work with our teachers on course planning and then creation of instructional framework. Fortunately for us, we have the ability to do a lot of vertical planning with our teams, because we have students from 6th grade all the way to 12th. So all of our humanities teachers, all our math teachers, all of our different subject areas meet monthly to vertically align their curriculums, talk about best practice, and we put a lot of standard practice in place for each math class, each reading class, each science class, and they're using a lot of the same techniques from 6th grade all the way to 12th grade. Data-driven instruction is very important. We're using we use iReady and NC check-in data, and we consistently meet weekly with our curriculum teams to use that data to drive our instructional decisions. And actually, that's going to happen tomorrow. It happens on Tuesdays, where we meet with the teams, talk about the data, talk about interventions and what we're going to do next. And then last year, our support systems, we have a Dean of Academic Intervention this year and last year, and her sole job is to identify students who need academic intervention, and then come up with a success plan and implement that plan. So those are our 3 priorities: data-driven instruction, instructional planning, and creating student support systems to help them be successful at ALA. Very last slide here, and I'm at the end. I hope I'm doing well on time for you. A lot of information. So our challenges are recruiting and retaining highly qualified teachers in a rural part of the state. I'm sure a lot of our colleagues can agree with that, but we are being creative about it. We're really focusing on coaching our teachers now. I'm actually a part of our of the program with Office of Charter Schools, with Alex Quigley and Jason Jowers, where we're talking about ways to essentially get better faster is what we're learning, and from that we're learning a lot about how to coach teachers, how to get results quickly, and I'm a part of that with our Dean of Instruction. So that's been great, and we're implementing a lot of those practices already. And obviously working on our upper level math classes, Math 1, Math 3, because that's where the areas that contribute to us not meeting growth in math for the most part, and then the social and emotional welfare of our students. A lot of areas of celebration. Our ADM goals were met each year of our operation, and this is our 5th year, and we've met that goal every year. We have students who are taking advantage of the College and Career Promise program and taking classes at Central Carolina Community College, as well as with our first graduating class this year and students getting accepted into college. We have a high deal of family and parent engagement with our Family Aviator Association, as well as our board members here. And our goal with extracurricular activities is to give all of our students the opportunities that they would get at a traditional public school. And this includes our athletics program. As you can see, our volleyball teams there. We have robotics, esports. We have rugby. We have a ton of other clubs and extracurricular activities. We just had a performance of theater of Clue on campus. So our goal is to give those same opportunities for all of our students and have them connect with at least one extracurricular activity so that they can have the same experience that they would have at a traditional public school. And then we've met financial growth and have clean audits every year. And we also just completed bond financing and are done building for our last phase of construction. And we have if you can see our building there, and completed bond financing for that and completed construction in August of 2022. So that was a lot of information in a very little bit of time. Are there any questions or?
Yeah, thank you for that, and congratulations on those areas of celebration, particularly the building. I'll just cut to the chase. You don't qualify for tenure. Your guidelines say 7. I'm assuming you're cool with that.
Yeah.
All right, because the alternative would be to go backwards.
Yes, I think we can say 7. Yes, but our goal is to meet some of the things that y'all been talking about here. We want to exceed growth every year and hit those 3, and I think that's a goal that we have anyway. So next time you see us, I think that will be the case.
Well, I did.
Questions CSAP members have for anything that?
I love to have seen the data from the other 4 counties. The comparison.
Yeah, so I just included Harnett and Lee because, 95% of our students come from those 2 counties. And we have maybe 7 from Cumberland and 3 from Moore, 1 from Chatham, and 1 from Wake, so.
Any questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think next we have East Voyager.
Next we have East Voyager Academy. They are located in Mecklenburg County. They are a K-8 school with 169 students last year. In 21-22, they compared right at CMS, and then in 18-19, they were right at that 5% below, but still within that 5% comparability. We are not aware of any compliance issues, and I'm not aware of any financial issues. And as far as their school performance goes, they were at a C in 2022 and at a C in 2019. They exceeded growth this past year and met growth in 2019. And again, this is a school that is up for their first renewal. So I will invite East Voyager, and I do believe a
a reminder, you have 15 minutes, and guidelines are suggesting.
Well, I have tried everything.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to make a presentation on performance of our school East Cathedral Academy. I'm Dr. Jian Zhang, the board chair. Present with me today are other member of the board, Dr. Victor Mack.
What?
Who is
Well, I'm not doing worth a damn.
Charlotte. Ms. C. Blake, business owner and a technology expert. And Mr. Shaddai August Pancras, who is our vice chair.
I can hear you, Judy. I can't hear anybody else.
And also.
Okay, you got me?
Translator and parent. And
Hey,
also
William?
joining us on-
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm not hearing anything from the
Mr.
meeting or
Ling
anybody
and
else.
Dr. Kevin Liu, who are business administrator and professor at University of South Carolina in Columbia. And also, unable to join us today is a board member, Mrs.
Hey, William, I'm here as well.
Who is a parent with a background in early childhood education. She's working today. And we also today have a very special
Well,
guest.
I guess they'll let us in on the
Excuse-
meeting when they
Sorry.
get to us then.
Excuse me, if you're online, will you just mute yourself until we ask you to speak, please?
Thank you. We have a special guest from our third grade students, Kai Augusta Chi, from East Georgia Academy. Of course, the school administrator, who I will introduce later, is North Carolina's first school-wide Chinese language emerging public school. We believe we are providing students and their family with a unique opportunity for success in college and careers. And we are located in economic challenging area in Charlotte. East Georgia Academy is pleased to serve the West Charlotte community and beyond, where socioeconomic status and academic performance represent tremendous opportunity for growth and development, with a core emphasis on academics, Chinese immersion, social and emotional learning, and community engagement. We believe UVA will continue to flourish and nurture our scholars. We're here today to ask you for your support for charter renewal. Since UVA's inception in 2018, we have been growing steadily despite the huge impact of the pandemic. Our principal, Ms. Renee Matthew, who is here, will shortly present to you the specifics on our performance and growth. Ms. Matthew has 38 years experience in K-12 education, including being a teacher, elementary and high school principal and school district superintendent, charter school founder, charter school leader. Under her leadership, we have renewed momentum in academic achievement and growth in enrollment and diversity. Her partner, Dr. Junnan Lee, brings with her many years of leadership and Chinese emerging expertise. My colleagues and I on the board have confidence in our administration leadership team. Our hardworking administration and staff are focused on continuous improvement and providing the best education for our students. So at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Matthew to discuss performance.
Good afternoon in Chinese, and I can tell you that this young man right here could correct my tones very easily, because I started learning Chinese as an adult, and the earlier you can learn Chinese, the better, because it is a tonal language. Our students are in K-8. The majority of our students come from CMS. We also serve students from Cleveland, Gaston, and Union counties. We definitely fit the bill as an innovative charter school because we do whole school Chinese language immersion, particularly in math, science, and related arts, and of course Mandarin language arts. They say that hard times can make you bitter or make you better. The pandemic were hard times for a lot of schools, but I will say in our case, it has made us better. We believe in English, Chinese bilingual proficiency, strong academics, and cultural diversity. We boil this down to something we call our Paul's values, and you might have noticed the cute little panda leading the way. That's actually based on a historic figure from China. Every morning we say with the students, be kind, work hard, act smart. You can go to any student in our school and you start with B and they're gonna finish the rest of it for you, because that's what we live by. Kindness, hard work, and acting smart. When it comes to our data, I want to just dive in real quick and let you know that we did continue to maintain our C average. We are not satisfied with that. We're glad that we were not like some of the other schools that had struggles during that time, because our students were online for a long time. But we have exceeded our growth overall, and that's what we're really focusing on is growth. We know that with growth, that C is going to rise to a B and an A. I want to talk about our changing demographics. In our demographics, we have 42.6% and 55.3% in EBA in all subjects who have done very well compared to the local LEA, which would be in our case CMS. Same thing with our economically disadvantaged students and our English learner students, and you can see that on the chart provided to you. Lead to Achieve we're specifically proud of because our grade 3 benchmark scores at EBA were at 76% compared to our LEA at 57.7%. Not everything is rosy. We were disappointed that when you look at 2021 to 21-22, our third grade struggled and our sixth grade struggled. We think that that is attributed to the fact that the third grade is where you start, you stop learning to read and you start reading to learn, and those students were coming off of a long time of online instruction. And then also with our sixth grade, that's that middle school year, and again, coming off of, we've seen, as I'm sure you have, a lot of social emotional learning needs for students that we needed to meet. But when we look at the cohort groups, and we look at that on the diagonal, and I actually brought a laser, but I would be pointing it in your face, so I don't want to do that. But if you look at that chart on the diagonal, you will see there's great growth in those cohort groups as they're moving through. Our academic goals continue to be number one in our core academics, and we have continued to strengthen that because we have departmentalized second grade and above. We now have math coach, math specialist. We attribute that as being one of the reasons why we're seeing so much growth in math. We have a dedicated science lab, so we have a person who eats, sleeps, and breathes science all day long for students. That's making a big difference for our science students. With our Chinese immersion, we know that as we grow, we had 30% growth. As we grow, that we are going to have to continue to support students who are coming in, not starting with us at 5 years old in Chinese. So we are providing after-school tutoring for those students, and we're providing support during the school day with MTSS and ESL services. We also have, just this year, started Advanced Mandarin, and that's for students. It's kind of like our AIG classes are for math and reading, but this is particularly for students who've been studying Mandarin 3 or more years at this point. I discussed social and emotional learning. We have adopted a curriculum last year called the Positive Action Curriculum. requires no extra planning time for teachers. We have implemented social emotional learning classes as well as life skills classes. So our students are actually learning how to do sewing and do a checkbook and some of those other important life skills. Community and great engagement. I have a quarterly report here. This is our quarterly report we just sent out to parents. I know you can't see it, but this is full of information about looking back at the first quarter at all of the events we've done, when we participated in the Asian Festival with our Dragon Boat team, when we had Dads for Donuts days, and all those other things where we invite parents to come into the school and work with us. Parents are formally involved in our Parent Advisory Council on the PTO, which is very active, and also we have parents on the board. We are, this year we have started free bus transportation. That was really a need for us. We're in the West Mecklenburg area on Tuckasegee and Charlotte, and so our people really need bus transportation. We also had not had the National School Lunch Program before, so we have applied with the National School Lunch Program, and we're in the RFP phase right now, waiting for responses so that we can implement that program, which should be completed by the last day of November. We also provide assistance for our students who are in transitional housing. They fall under homeless category, and we do have students last year and this year who are in that category. The pandemic did have an effect of uprooting families. We have had a great growth in our Hispanic families, and that makes us so happy because their families are really dedicated to trilingual education. They want their kids not only bilingual, but trilingual. For teaching support, recruiting and retaining teachers, and other specialty areas like the EC guidance counselor, that's hard for everybody. We're not making excuses. So we have developed a very comprehensive curriculum hub with a lot of resources for teachers at their fingertips. I would invite you to look at that. It's on our website. I'm very proud of that. We have monthly teacher induction meetings, mentor teachers. We're participating in the Beginning Teacher Program, and we partnered with other charter schools to share ideas about how to support teachers. And we're doing social emotional times for the teachers, so that once a month we get together and break bread together and just talk and see what we can do to help people and move people forward. Parent-family engagement, I've talked to you about that already. I want to talk about our computer-assisted learning. We have really focused on Lexia, IXL, iReady, STEM Scopes, and Haggerty, which Haggerty brings in a phonics to our whole language approach. STEM Scopes we use extensively in science, and Lexia for support in reading. Those have been very instrumental in helping us move scores forward. We've also added 177 devices in terms of interactive boards and one-to-one, so all of our students are one-to-one. And things to celebrate. There's a whole page of celebrations, but let me say that this is the first year we've had waiting list, so we're really excited about that. I was talking with board members today at lunch about how we're gonna need to look at a building program for the future. Parent University, and then we've done some community engagement that's been pretty extensive. For example, we helped co-sponsor with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department's Back to School Bash because we have the benefit of having the Knoxville Foundation's Queens University fields right next to us. And so our kids can participate in baseball by just walking over there, and it was a great place to have that Back to School Bash. Also, the Muzzy Boats Foundation, Lady of Our Love, we hosted that in our parking lot. We're participating in that again this year. And then we partnered with several churches in the area, like Our Lady of Guadalupe and Harvest Church.
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna stop you here. We're past our 15 minutes at this point.
All right.
So,
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
CSAB members, any questions for East Voyager? Again, being, the guidelines suggest a 7-year renewal, does not meet the qualifications for 10-year. So we're assuming 7 will be just fine.
we will be very happy with that because we agree with you. We want to see growth and excellence every year.
Questions or comments from CSAP members?
I do have a question. The Chinese immersion, all of your students are in the Chinese immersion?
All of them, yes.
So we don't have a Chinese language learner percentage here, but if we had that, that would be,
100% are Chinese language learners.
okay. I've got to say, I'm very impressed that you, because I noticed only 6% of your students are Asian. Is that right?
That's right. You know, the area that we are in, the parents see this as a great opportunity for their students to have something they can't have anywhere else.
Any comments? Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for making the trip to Raleigh, and we'll be making a final recommendation to the state board in January.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're gonna take a 5-minute stretch break, and then we've got 3 more, I believe, to do. So let's reconvene at 2:40, maybe 7 minutes.
All right, we will reconvene at 2:40. If you are online, you can just stay online. We will be back at 2:40. Please mute yourself. We're getting ready?
Yes.
I need a gavel.
I'll bring one for tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, let me real quick, Jenna, try to figure out this text situation. Okay, I believe the people on WebEx cannot hear us. So correct me if I'm wrong if you are remote, and can you hear us? No. Okay, let me try something.
Well, they muted
I know, but I think they
They
were
can hear you, but you just can't hear me.
Try this. Can you hear us, the remote folks?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. All right, great, that worked.
That's the first time, yeah.
Who needs tech? We got Ashley.
Back and forth.
All right. Okay, so we have 3 schools left today to come before you, and they all, I've put them in the 5-year placement. I will be frank with you that these do not fit pretty in a 5-year box because of the lack of data that we have because of the pandemic. I think from 5-year down, there's just going to be a lot more discussion on your end needed to decide what is the right placement for these schools. So the guidelines for the 5-year are that there are no current significant compliance issues in the last 2 years. They have financially sound audits the last 2 years, and their academic outcomes have been comparable in at least 2 of 3 years, or they've exceeded growth the last 2 of 3 years. And those are all the same as the 7-year. The way this makes it different than the 7-year is they're not currently designated as continually low performing. So the first school that I have to present to you today is Westlake Preparatory Academy. They are a K-8 school in Lincoln County. They have 417 students last year. The only year of academic comparability we have is from this past year, which was they were 2 percentage points below the LEA. For compliance, we have 2 issues listed. In May of 2022, let me go back. In March of 22, they were notified of action needed by IDEA, and then that was not met, and so they got final word in May of 22 that those requirements were not met. So they will have a site visit from EC this year because of that requirement not met. And then in 2021, they had a beginning teacher support plan audit. They had 1 non-compliance issue out of 74, which would be considered pretty minor. And then we are not aware of any current issues financially. In 2022, they had a school performance grade of a C, and they met growth. And they are up for their first renewal this year, so I will invite the board and leadership from Westlake. Bart?
Yeah, I just want to understand the difference between a 7-year renewal and a 5-year renewal. What's the distinction in the?
The difference in the 7 and 5, according to the guidelines, is that the 5 says that they are not currently designated as continually low performing.
That's the only difference. So somebody who would therefore be in the 7? That doesn't make sense.
No, they would have to be a 3.
Well, it looks like 5 is exactly, what I'm looking at, I think 5 is exactly the same as 7, except there's something that says they're not continually low performing.
5-year says.
So what would 7 be? I must have missed something.
So 5-year says met or exceeded growth in the last 2 out of 3 years, and 7 says just exceeded growth. When it comes, so the growth is really the only difference between the 2, but I agree with you that there's very minor differences.
Okay, thank you.
There are differences.
Okay, so if Westlake Preparatory would like to come up for their presentation.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having Westlake here. This is my favorite thing to do, talk about how great Westlake is. So thank you for having us. My name is Jennifer Wilson, and I am the principal at Westlake. And I believe online we have our board chair and some of our board members. I don't know if they need to introduce themselves or not.
They can if they want.
Bill Holder, board chair.
Hello, Mr. Holder.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Jessica Rainstein, board treasurer. Hi, Jen.
Hi. All right, so let's jump into Westlake. I want to just go ahead and start talking about this data because really that's what we want to know about. Yes, last year was our first year to receive a school proficiency goal, and we received a 60C. Now, let's talk about 1920. 1920, we all know what happened there. Then 2021, we did have our COVID waiver, but when you look in EVOS, we met or exceeded growth during that time. And then last year, you see our school grades there on the screen. Again, we met or exceeded our growth and the proficiency. Our first slide is talking about our data summary from last year. We also added some internal data because we want to show that there is a continuous improvement in growth with our data. We use iReady and NWEA data to drive the instruction within the building. If you look at our third slide, and I'm not trying to go through it too quickly, but if you look at it, you'll see the academic trends. And since that's what we're missing, the data of the last 3 years, I wanted to show the trends. Our trends there, you will continually see that the growth is either exceeding or meeting our local LEA or Lincoln County. As I back up a little bit with our data, in our first year receiving our official school performance grade from the state of North Carolina, Westlake met the overall school performance grade of our Lincoln County or our local LEA. We exceeded the performance of the state as a whole in the areas of reading and math achievement as well as reading growth. Westlake outperformed both the state and Lincoln County. If you look at our internal assessments, they show continuous growth throughout the term of our charter. Upon students' return from COVID home learning, we did have an average of a 9% point improvement, which was demonstrated between the spring of 2021 and the pre-COVID 2019-2020. We do have achievement across reading and math on 2 of our nationally normed assessments, which, like I said before, is iReady and NWEA. Our core academic data drives these instructional decisions, which leads me to our current academic goals. We want to address the mathematics proficiency at the school. We want to increase that, and we're doing that through research-based professional development sessions. Through growing our teachers, we're growing our students. We are also wanting to look at the social emotional of the past 2 years with our students. We're wanting to address what they need. And overall, we believe by looking at these current academic goals, we will be able to improve the overall student proficiency. Because yes, we are performing within our Lincoln County, our LEA, but we want to raise that 60C. We're not okay with just being a C. Some of our opportunities for growth, of course, academics is at the top. We want to grow. We also want to grow our school model. Our school model is different than most of the traditional public schools within Lincoln County. We have a village model or a community model. This is innovative for us, and it is what students need. It provides co-teaching so the students are getting the best of the best from the whole teaching team. But it's something new. It's not found in Denver, North Carolina. So we're having to teach the parents and the staff and the students what it means to learn in a village. Also, we want our school enrollment. That is an area for us to grow in. Because we are so new, we need to once again get into the community, let the community know who we are so they can see the great things that happen at Westlake. Speaking of the great things that happen at Westlake, I often say Westlake is an experience. School is an experience. It's not just reading and math, science, and social studies. When a child comes into Westlake, when a family comes into Westlake, they are coming in to experience Westlake. Through our experiences, students have the opportunity to be part of an AIG program. They have an opportunity to be part of a STEM lab. Our STEM lab is something that our parents requested for this year, and we listened to our parents, and we've added that. We have a growing athletic department. In fact, today is our first boys and girls basketball game. We also have community events. We are partnering with the Sally's Y in Denver. They're providing school break camps for our kids, and they're also coming in and being part of our field day. They're also part of our academics program too. So as I was talking about, our academics is driving the instruction, and our instruction is centered around what can provide the greatest experience for every child and every family at Westlake. And I'm glad that y'all mentioned what is the difference between a 7-year and a 5-year renewal, because we would like a 7-year, but we know that we may also fall into that 5-year category due to the lack of data. But I hope that you can see the data that is in the slides and see that we are striving to continuously improve the academic instruction at Westlake. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations on the basketball game. Hopefully they win.
I know.
So you increased your enrollment 250 students in the course of a year?
Yes.
And you increased, and over the last 3 years, you increased the percentage of economically disadvantaged by 4 percentage points? Okay. Yeah, those are important factors
As
in
of,
my mind.
I'm sorry, as of today, our economically disadvantaged number is at 38%.
Okay.
And I know that that is significantly different.
Yeah.
It has grown.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, you all cleared up all the compliance stuff?
Yes.
Okay. I don't, anybody else have questions? I think that this is the first one we've seen so far where we got the COVID situation, but I think it's pretty clear. This is what I was asking before, that I still think we were still on the same page of when we asked this, but to me this one seems like it should be a 7, all things considered. I know we don't have those 2 years of data, legitimate data, because the state said not to count it, but we have their data. I don't know. Do we don't have this conversation every single time on every single one of these, or
If we think that there's compelling reason to take it up for consideration, sure.
I mean, I would advocate for a 7-year for this one, just with their data and what Terry Stoops just brought up too, with what they've increased and also the populations that they're serving as well. And seems like they got rid of the compliance issues that a lot of new schools hit when they first start up, and everything's under control.
Mrs. Wilson, was the increased enrollment, was some of that due to adding grade levels?
Yes, ma'am, but we also, our first 2 years, we were in a temp building, and from year 2 to 3 is when we moved into our forever home, and that's why our such big growth.
But it does say they're scheduled for an EC visit.
Yes.
So that hasn't happened yet?
It has not happened yet.
What were the compliance issues for EC?
For EC, our IDEA fiscal desk review, there was one component that we were not able to supply in a timely manner. So we are ready for that in-person visit.
It says 1 out of 74 here.
And that was the beginning teacher
Okay.
program, and yes.
Oh, I see. I didn't see the comment.
And that has also been addressed.
When is that site visit?
It has not been scheduled yet.
Other questions, comments?
What do you think the odds of that compliance visit happening before January?
I do not know. I would hope it would.
That's out of your control.
Yeah.
You wait for them to contact you.
I am waiting.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
not heard from
They're
anyone yet.
understaffed at the compliance.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right. Next up, we have Bonnie Cone Classical Academy. They are a K-8 school with 782 students last year in Mecklenburg County. We only have 1 year of data for this school, which was 21-22, in which they were 4 percentage points above CMS. And then they had one, again, minor compliance issue with the beginning teacher support plan. They had 4 compliance issues noted out of those 74. Their school performance grade was at a C last year, but they did not meet growth. And they are up for their first renewal this year. And they were granted a 5-year initially. So I will ask for Bonnie Cone Classical Academy to come up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I am Marty McCarthy, Board Chairman. You see several of our board members on the top of the screen above you. One is not visible to you, Mr. Kyle King. These represent a retired teacher, an attorney, business gentleman, and Kyle just joined us. He's an entrepreneur. With me is Jennifer Mognet, our head of school, and our prior head of school, Joan Roman, is right there. We come before you with the request that you consider us possibly for a 7-year renewal. We think our findings, given that what we've been through, are such that you might be willing to consider that. And we're very pleased to be with you this afternoon now. Jennifer?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us today. I'm going to go ahead and start just talking about the data. I feel that the data is very important. When we are compared to our local LEA, which is the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District, we are above them. We also took it a step further to compare ourselves with some of the top performing charter schools that are in our LEA area as well. And as you can see, a lot of these other charter schools have been established a lot longer and have a lot more data for them to go off of. We are only, once again, 1 year of having data, which allows us to at least be a C. And while we did not hit growth, there are a number of factors that attributed to that, and those are things that we are working on as we are moving forward. If we go to our next slide. This gives you a really good indication of where Bonnie Cone is against the annual proficiency with the CMS schools. As you can see, we have continued to grow, and even the percentage of proficiency for the 21-22 school year also was 4%. I can't think of the from here. So I think what's really important for us is to talk about where are we going and what are we doing to improve our growth and to improve Bonnie Cone as a whole. So our current academic goals is to really provide students with that rigorous experience rather than focus on discipline and the me mentality. A lot of the time what we had seen from students being in the COVID years is that when they came to school, it was all about me. They weren't sure how to integrate back with peers. They weren't sure how to integrate back with their teachers, how to ask questions, how to even sit at their desk properly in order to absorb the information. So some of the things that we're working on is really the fidelity with instruction. We provide excellent curriculum, and what we realize is that if students are getting the curriculum through its fidelity, they're going to grow. So in order to do that, we are doing daily bell work. We are using Alex math program and Lexia math program and support for the math and the reading. We are also doing writing and ELA bell work. A lot of the students, while they can read and comprehend, we realized that they could not put the thoughts down on paper because during their COVID time and being in front of a computer, it didn't really allow them to write. They could speech to text, and all of a sudden they had their paragraph in front of them. So the actual art of writing and formulating the sentences we felt was very important for that fidelity of instruction. And teacher retention. If you look at our scores from last year, and if you look at 5th, 6th, and 8th grade science, you will see that we were not proficient in those areas. A high teacher turnover in those particular grade levels, and it's hard for students to master content when they are having long-term subs rather than a content knowledge or certified teacher in that position. So in order to keep our teacher retention, we are doing lots of professional development, especially in our Eureka math program and our core CKLA language area. And then we are also departmentalizing in 5th grade and up. So in 5th grade, they are truly getting a true math teacher, or they're getting a true science teacher, and they're getting a true ELA teacher that is combining the social studies along with that. And then we're doing data-driven PLCs. We have incorporated FastBridge, and we have incorporated benchmarks. And with this data, it's our universal screening. Teachers are already beginning to build their intervention groups, and those have been started really back in August by being able to use this data. So we are already moving forward with making sure that our students know exactly where they are, and it allows our teachers to be have targeted instruction based off of where their students are academically. And from there, challenges and changes. So moving forward, in order for us to really, our goal is to be an A school. I am ultra competitive. I challenged our teachers on the very first day. I said, I am here to win, and I am here to be an A. I said, C is not good enough. We have talented teachers and we have talented students, and their educational experience has not been tapped into yet. So what are we doing to be able to tap into that? We're investing in subject content experts, especially from 5th grade and above. Nothing better than to have a true science teacher teach students science because they're passionate about it and they get excited, then students get excited. PD is focused on classical education. We want to make sure that all of our teachers understand what our classical education model is. And once that model is incorporated in the classroom, then students' hearts and minds truly love what they are doing. Providing a dean and a counselor and to help bridge that gap of COVID, especially the isolation and the whole assimilating to a classroom. That is one common theme across the board that our teachers had noticed, was students did not know how to be back in the classroom because they had been out of it for so long. Staff development with really trying to teach them targeted interventions. And then with those targeted interventions, we also relate that skill that they're missing to what they're learning in the classroom right now. So if they're missing a 3rd grade skill and they're in 4th grade, we'll spend 10 minutes on the 3rd grade skill, 10 minutes on the 4th grade skill, and then back to the 3rd grade skill. So that way they truly understand how those relate together. And then face-to-face instruction for our beginning teachers. So we have a beginning teacher coach that spends a lot of time with the new teachers, from modeling to helping them with their lesson plans, and to also help them with those target groups. And then focus on differentiation. We understand that not everyone learns the same and that people are at different levels. So we empowered our teachers to really come up with their creative ways using our curriculum to make sure that they, that's right. It's like, oh no. So that they really understand how to target their students the best. And we are doing constant progress monitoring. Some math is doing progress monitoring every week, and reading is doing progress monitoring about every 2 weeks. And then when those students move out of certain groups, then they move them to other intervention groups. And then develop a culture of continuous improvement. Cumulative grading. So that is something that we are moving towards. Sometimes after the end of the first quarter, students are already feeling defeated because, well, first quarter is done and I did terrible, and how am I ever going to, do better second quarter? So by having the cumulative grading, it allows students to really see how much they have progressed, and from their lower grade, and then all of a sudden they're bringing that grade up to a B or a C or an A. And then exam retakes. We all know that sometimes when we take exams, we're nervous. That should not define a student, and that should not define whether they really truly know that content or not. Sometimes they need that second chance. So going over the information that they might have gotten wrong on their exam and allowing them to take that exam again. And then I'd like to really just kind of talk about the achievements. We've had increased enrollment. So in 2019, we had 250 students, and now in 2022, we have about 869. That 2021 to 2022 year, while our numbers did grow, we also had 269 of those students that were purely online the school year before. They didn't have any of the hybrid model. They were 100% online. We were also awarded the NC Access grant, and it is also being highlighted on the NC Access website. And we've had success in our middle school sports as well. We've had championships in girls volleyball. We've been runners-up for boys volleyball. We've had a teacher at our school as the North Carolina Teacher of the Year for Bonnie Cohn, and she is actually in the runners-up for the North Carolina Teacher of the Year. And we're, once again, really focusing on increase our classical training model. Any questions?
So let me get this straight. A worldwide pandemic begins, and then the next school year you add 430 students?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Why not?
No, that's incredible. And you still pulled a C. I mean, that's in the next year. That's really impressive, given the number of students you're bringing in. Wow. That's all I have to say. Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I just wanted to add to that, Mr. Stoops. If you look at our enrollment trend there, we started at 250 and then went up to, I think it was 650 and then 700 and some, and this year we're over 800. The thing I'll say, from March of 2020, we went 2 years solid without stopping. I think our results would have been different. We actually took 150 more students over our authorized number because parents were wanting to come back to school. That's why you see the dramatic increase. The LEA was still fully virtual. We gave parents the options, and overwhelmingly they decided to do in-person learning. So again, as Mr. McCarthy said at the beginning, you guys have a tough job, but as you can see, it's a real fine line between that 5-year and 7-year. You know, you sold 2 7-year recommendations that had a 55 and a 50 on a proficiency and a 54 and a 50. We were a 52 and a 54. If you take our 2021 data that we do have, it's just we had the accountability waiver. And so we'd respectfully ask that you consider a 7-year renewal, but do understand that you're in a tight spot and have to define those lines.
I'd like to comment too. When I was with OCS, I visited the school quite often. I was always very impressed with the diversity in the school. Bonnie Cohn is in Huntersville, which is a little bit of a more affluential area, but they did a fantastic job being committed to the NC Access grant and increasing their diversity. Their EDS population, I'm going to say it's close to 50%, I think.
Yeah, we're more of a minority than a majority school.
Yes. So and they also partner with Charter One, and I think this shows what a strong partnership with that group can do to truly diversify your population in a affluential area. So I congratulate you for that, and for nothing else, just for your diversity, I would certainly recommend 7.
Diversity while growing so quickly, and
Yes.
That's the most impressive part. It's easy to recruit just a certain type of student to your school, but if you kept the diversity through the growth, it's just really impressive. And my point earlier was just to emphasize that I think that enrollment growth is a factor that we should consider when looking at the test score results, given that if you're bringing in that many more students, you're bringing in students of variable ability and proficiency, and having to work with them in order to get them into a new system and then proficient under the new system. So that was sort of the point that I'd like to make.
Yeah, I think this is similar to the question Jamie raised in the last one, which is, there's some missing data here through no fault of their own that we can't, it's not recorded on these sheets, but if I look at this one compared to East Voyager, which is in the 7-year guidelines, C school to C school, this school has 782 students, that one has 169. The diversity of this school is greater. The EDS student population is greater. I realize that they're missing some data here because of COVID, but it seems to me this one ought to be a candidate for 7 years.
I agree.
I don't know what else we would have expected them to do.
Yeah.
They went above and beyond also, because they could have just sat back and just took the enrollment that they were given, and they took on, when parents said we want face-to-face instruction, they said, come on in, and they still performed at what they did.
Other comments or questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, we'll be making final decisions in December or January.
All right. Last but certainly not least for you two all today is Jackson Day School. They also had a name change, so they were formerly known as Mountain Island Community Center. So just if you remember that name, wanted to throw that out there. They are a K-12 school in Mecklenburg County, 711 students last year. Academic comparability, they were 7 percentage points above the LEA in 21-22, and they were 8 below in 18-19. We're not aware of any compliance or financial issues. In 2022 and 2019, they were at a C performance, but did not meet growth either year. And they are up for their first renewal this year. So at this time, I will invite Jackson Day School to come to give you their presentation.
I'm a little short, so I'm going to move this down. Hi, my name's Tammy Winstead, and I'm the Dean of Operations at Jackson Day School. And as you can see here on our first slide, I did include our mission statement on our first slide, just because I wanted to point out that we don't only focus on the academics. We focus on the development of character and ethics and service, physical and emotional health in a creative, positive environment. So we really focus on the whole child. I brought a slideshow because I knew I could not see that from this distance, so you don't need to zoom it in for my purposes. We were really focused on the academic portion of our slideshow, so you're going to see several different slides where we're examining some data. The first is we're looking at the 3rd through 8th grade group broken down, and we were a conversion school, meaning we were a private school that converted to a charter school. So we do have a little bit of data for 2017-18 as a private. And you can see that there in that first column. That was the Iowa test, which is like comparing apples to oranges here, really. But it shows you kind of a baseline of where we started. And the way that we got the proficiency there was we took the national average, and we took anybody that was above the national average to get that percentage rate. In our charter application, we predicted that we would, our our GLPs would drop that first year because we're bringing in students, a lot of students from other areas that weren't in the school, so of course we're going to see a drop there. And you see that very consistently. In third and fourth grade, you actually see a little bit of an increase from 2017 to the first time we had our EOGs in 18-19. But if you look over there, I put the percentages in the column right before that one of the number of students that were from the private school. So in third grade, 63% is the private. We went up to 78% on our EOGs proficiency, but 69% of those were students that we had in the private school previously. If you get down to middle school, you will see those scores are not as positive down there, but you see that we only had 23% of the kids that we had previously. So we had a big influx of students that came in from other areas. And the reason it was greater in the older kids is because we were a small private school and we were larger in the elementary realm and smaller in the upper. And we still are today. We have a much larger elementary, much larger middle, and then high school is just now getting to size. 2019-20, we didn't, take the EOGs at the end of the year. 2020-21, we did take the EOGs and we see what we expected there. It was virtual and in person, and you see a drop, especially in the math category. And then in 2021-22, you begin to see recovery from those drops. Science, you see the same thing, and it's just a consistent increase. So you'll see it drop, and then you'll see it come back up to recover. And we go to the next slide. The next slide looks at it a little bit differently. It's looking at your 3rd through 8th, then your Math 1, Math 2, or Math 1, Math 3, English 2, Biology. 3rd through 8th, the first year was 58%. We did make some growth even during COVID in the reading category ELA, 60.5. We maintained that for 2021. Math, we were at 55 that first year when we tested EOGs. We dropped to 39, which is consistent with many other schools. But then we also brought it back up to 56.3 last year. Science, 52.5 to 66 to 68. Math 1. I also want to point out here in high school, the first year, we only had 35 kids. Now, last year we had 167, and this year, of course, we have even more than that. Math 1 was 16%, went to 25% to 48%. Math 3, 14%, 17% to 36%. English 2, 50%, 58, 49. And biology, we didn't have, our high school is still small, so we didn't have biology last year, but we'll have it this year. And the decrease in biology, again, was because of COVID. The next slide is just examining our MAP data, because we were really trying to examine it across all avenues. We didn't use the 2019 data because we didn't have the end of year. We didn't use the 2023 because, of course, we don't have the end of year data. But this MAP data shows the same exact thing that we saw in the GLPs. You're seeing the decline during COVID, and you're seeing the recovery in 21-22. And we're still continuing to see recovery even in 22 as far as we are in now. We use the MAP data to basically identify where our students' needs are, and then that's how we make a plan for how we move forward in the year. That's how we make our interventions groups, our academically talented groups, and then we do our pull-out groups from there. We also departmentalize 3rd through 8th grade so that we're targeting the instruction with the teachers specializing in those area of content. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we not only focus on the academic, we also focus on the whole child. We have a strong character education program. We do use the RAISE, and we, of course, supplement that. The entire learning community is engaged in social emotional learning. We have incentives and celebrations. We put good actions into place. We do a lot of community service. We have a dean of students of support, and we have counselors. Because one of the things that we saw as we were going through COVID is a lot more mental health issues when the students were returning and just adjusting and adapting. So we had to have a strong support system for those students whenever they came back in. Core academics, literacy, and mathematics coaches, they're strategically placed to provide support and identified in the different grade level needs. We have a vertical alignment of our curriculum and ongoing professional development for the teachers. Community events. We have a lot of community events, and they are very highly attended. The back to school and curriculum nights, fall festival, Veterans Day programs, art, dance showcases, holiday programs, character education, award ceremonies, extracurriculars, and community service. And then I want to go into our growths. In our charter, we hope to be further along in our academics at this point, but COVID, of course, affected all of that. So we have sat back down and revisited our growth, our academic growth, and set new goals. And it's very much aligned with what our original goals were. And that's outlined here on the right side of that slide. Our academic goals are to grow 3rd through 8th grade reading proficiency from 61% to 70% by year 2025. In other subject areas, we'll see a steady improvement of about 4% per year. We'll continue to strengthen our team of support, including literacy and math coaches working with the staff and students, both inside and outside the classroom. We will continue to identify learning needs and gaps and provide small group instruction to close the gaps and meet the students' instructional needs. We'll continue to develop our extracurricular programs. As I said, we were small in high school, and that's because of our unique growth model. Jackson Day has got a very strong enrollment. We have about 1,000 kids on the wait list. But we choose to bring in about 100 students a year. And the reason for that is because we want to bring students in, see exactly where they are, and meet their needs before we bring in the next 100 or 120. So that's the reason you see the steady 100 growth. It also helps us with our atmosphere and the culture and the character education that we're trying to create at the school. It helps us maintain all of that. We'll continue to grow and develop the administrative team. And then now I'd like to go into the flows. Financial. Our 2022 end-of-year surplus was $2,455,000, exceeding our 4-year budgetary surplus goal by $2.3 million. Whenever we estimated what our budget would be in our charter application, we've exceeded that by $2.3 million. And that's, in addition to that $2.3, we've spent out about $2 million out of working capital just in campus improvements over the past 4 years as well. Our enrollment, I mentioned that before, our trends have exceeded projected growth with a lengthy annual waiting list on all the grade levels. We have the strategic enrollment plan. At this point in our charter application, we estimated we'd be at about 560 range, and we're at 815. Enrichment programs, we have a talented program and intervention groups, and we do this to ensure that the students are making needed growth. We have a memorandum of understanding with Belmont Abbey and Central Piedmont Community College. In 2018-19, 16% of our students participated in the dual enrollment program. And again, 35 students is what we had in the upper school. In 2021, 34% participated. 54% of 21-22 graduating class earned significant college credits. 54% earned anywhere from 1 to 2 years of college credits, transferable credits. 86% of the 2021-22 graduating class are attending college, and 4% joined the military. Elective offerings. We continue to expand our elective offerings in high school every year and middle school. We have just some examples is band, bistro, weight training, finance, dance, theater, art. If you can imagine it, we offer some form of it. And then also with our partnership with CPCC, if a student is interested in anything, cosmetology, even tattoo, it's available to them. CPC has a wide variety of elective offerings there. Diverse student body. We have a very diverse student body. You were mentioning Bonnie Cone. Bonnie Cone is one of those other schools that actually has the same diversity makeup that we have as well. Athletics. JDS athletic options are for K-12. Middle school athletics moved to Division I league this year. High school still wasn't large enough, but it moves to Division I next year. And again, that's because of our growth model. We also do not enroll in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. We enroll through 9th, and then after that, we just move students up in 10th, 11th, and 12th. So high school is growing at a slower pace because of the growth model. Just to touch on the athletics, Our athletics, we do have a very broad athletic program for our size. And it has grown so much. So, for example, in 2018, we had 2 volleyball teams, and today we have 5. Last year we added baseball. This year we're adding swim. So we add a sport each year as well. And then now that we've moved up to Division I in middle school, it also allows us to offer more even to the middle school. And as we move up into Division I in high school next year, it'll allow us to offer more. Competitive dance team. We have a very, very competitive dance team. And we have dance is huge at our school. It's grown into this really large elective offering. We went and competed regionally. We won first place in all the regionals. We moved on to world dance championships, and all 3 of our competitive teams placed in the top 5, which is a major, major accomplishment. And our middle group were the world champions. So they actually won the world championship. After school club, we offer a huge variety of after school clubs: art, photography, theater, math, science, Battle of the Books, chess, FCA, National Honor Society, Student Council, DECA, journalism, yearbook. Staff retention. We know many schools are struggling with retaining their staff. We actually have a very good staff retention rate. It's been above 90% the past 3 years. Some years it's 92, one year it was 90, one year it was 94. So it's been above 90%. We have to add staff each year, but we've had very, very good staff retention. We have a new facility, and it's a new 55,000 square foot education hall, and it's got a new gymnasium. We're currently in the process of finishing up the student bus parking lot, adding a new field house, and we are in the process of developing our fields as well. I talked a lot about the character education and the inclusive community. You have to witness it to see it. We are a very diverse school. And we have a very inclusive environment. And then when you come in, you see it. And if you talk to our parents, and I know that whenever you guys interviewed the parents, I'm sure you heard over and over and over again about how much it felt like a family and how inclusive and how much of a community it was. And that's the feeling that you always hear whenever anybody talks about Jackson Day, is the community that it is and the inclusiveness.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up in the next 30 seconds.
I'm almost done. Last slide. Resilience is the last one. We are a growing school. We do not have a management company, so we've navigated every bit of this as an independent school, converting. We have went through bond finance. We have had new construction go on. We operated at times during COVID with no parking lots. The builder flooded our buildings 2 times. We had to move numerous times during all that. The building was a year late, and we're currently even in arbitration with that. It did not affect our enrollment. It did not affect our staff turnover. If there's anything that Jackson Day is, it is resilient.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Questions, comments?
Do you have any board members here?
I do. We have Miss Bruni, Amy, she's the chair. We have Ken Holt, who is the treasurer, and then Batika Williams, who is a board member.
Your data is a lot like the school that came here the very first time. Your high school scores look like they're the ones that need the most work. Mm-hmm. What do you attribute that to?
Well, that was a lot of the influx that had come in. And also, the students that were there, for example, they just happened to miss those testing grades. So the first group that came in that were in the dual enrollment program that graduated with 2 years of college, they didn't need Math 1 that year. They were in Math 2. The next year was a COVID year, so they never took Math 3. So those would have been the kids that had been there for years, but they just ironically just missed those testing scores. But you do see an improvement in those testing scores. So that first year, they were kids, and sometimes the kids that were coming in high school, that year we did take K-12. The kids that came in were ones that had some behavioral problems, weren't performing where they needed to be. Many of those kids actually, academic performance those first years were not great, but by the time they graduated, they had improved those drastically. They were not candidates possibly for college, and by the time they graduated, they were candidates for college and actually were accepted into college. So they did a lot of growth within those first years that they are. And what you're seeing now is kids that are coming up and being raised in the school, and that's the reason you're seeing the increase in the scores there. So yeah, our Math 1 score, that first year, I can't remember, but it was in the teens, and then now it's in the 48% range. So it's definitely coming up.
Congratulations on your surplus. Is that all from, since you've been a charter school? Or is any of that carried over from your private school?
Most of it's from the charter. Yeah, no, not that much carried over into the, but no, that's from the charter. If there's one thing I can do is budget's a big thing for me. I ran a private school, I ran a preschool, so the charter school budget, that's kind of my, I'm really good with the budget. And then, of course, I have a great treasurer, and then Nigel Bierman, CPA, is our CPA that handles all of our books. And we have a very great working relationship.
My last question is, you made a comment about you choose to bring in about 100 kids every year?
Yes. And there's
Are you talking about kindergarten? That includes?
Across the stream.
From first to ninth?
Across, all the way through
You
ninth.
bring in 100 extra?
100 to 120-ish, yeah, depending on the year. So we sit down and we map it out and we bring in that number. And the theory behind that is we want to bring in the students. If once we get the students where we want them to be, if you're only bringing in, let's say, 10 to 12 per grade, that lets you focus on them to get them academically where you want them to be and also acclimate them to the environment before you bring in the next 10 to 12 kids on that grade level. Of course, you bring in all the kindergartners, which is 60. This year it was 80. But that's the goal, is to acclimate them before you move them up. The issue that we ran into is we brought them in, and they may not have been there for 2 years because they may have been virtual learning. So then, last year was more challenging because we actually brought in a lot of students we had never actually seen because they had been in virtual classrooms. We never actually seen them in person until last year.
So I have to assume you're following all the North Carolina correct lottery enrollment laws, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you say your CPA is on your board?
No, we have a independent CPA, which is Bierman CPA, and then Ken Holt is actually a CPA as well with Leaper Construction, which is a commercial construction firm.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
So the guidelines say 5 years. What are your thoughts on that?
I'd like to be higher, but we also understand. As I'm pleased with our growth, with everything that we've lived through. I mean, we converted to a charter school, and then the world fell apart. We were all navigating a lot of different things in the past. Some of it was also navigating mental health as well. There's a tremendous amount of mental health concerns out there with our students. So you're navigating that at the same time you're navigating their academic, progress. And I would have liked it to be more, but I am pleased that we are back to where we started. So we're back to that level place so now that we can continue to move on to get us to where we need to be. At this point, we had hoped to be at least a B school.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
What did you said 90% and 92% retention?
With my staff, yes.
What do you attribute that to?
We have a very good administrative team who really focuses on our staff. And I mean, we also focus on the behaviors of the students. And we have expectations for our students. And it makes a big difference. If the teachers are able to teach in the classroom and they feel like they're being supported, then you're going to have teachers who stay with you. And we've got a lot of word of mouth. Even our new teachers are coming from our existing teaching staff. I have some teachers that have been with me for a really long time. I mean, even really predating even the charter. Some I've had for 15 years.
I asked that because I'm curious. You've been touting everything with the students and how amazing it's been.
Mm-hmm.
But in a public forum like this, your school could be an example for
Mm-hmm.
teacher retention.
Yeah. Well, thank you. But we really do. We try to communicate a lot with the staff and the parents. So, for example, all during COVID, we would send out weekly to bi-weekly surveys trying to get the feedback on parents. How's it going? How's your student feeling on a rate of 1 to 10? How are you feeling? Staff, how are you feeling? So we really tried to support and make sure that we were there for the staff through all of it. And I think it shows. And the staff, the retained staff are amazing staff. They make a great community, and the community also helps. You're watching the children grow up. You love the children; they're your family, and it's not something that people are going to jump from very quickly.
Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome.
Alrighty, that concludes our agenda for today, and then we're back at it again tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock once again. Looks like we have one amendment and then 3 new schools to interview in the morning, and then 4 renewals in the afternoon. Ashley, anything from the offices?
Nope, we are good for today. I'll do updates tomorrow.
Okay, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
If no further business, I move that we adjourn.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. See you tomorrow morning.
3:40.